Hey guys, and welcome back to the channel. Today I will read some new Reddit stories for you to relax, sleep, study to, or just as some background noise. If you enjoy, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And now let's get started. Story 1. I inherited my grandmother's house last spring after she passed away at 93. She'd lived there for 60 years, raised 4 children in that little cottage by the lake, and I have countless memories of summers spent on her porch, eating homemade ice cream and listening to her stories. The house needed work, obviously. 60 years of living leaves its marks. But I wasn't prepared for what I found hidden in the kitchen. I was cleaning out the cabinets, deciding what to keep and what to donate, when I noticed the cookbook shelf seemed shallower than it should be. The cabinet was at least 18 inches deep, but the books only went back about 12. I pulled everything out and felt around the back panel. It was loose. Behind it was a space, and inside that space was a leather-bound book I'd never seen before. The book wasn't a normal cookbook. Yes, it had recipes, beautiful handwritten recipes in my grandmother's elegant script, but it also had notes, personal notes, memories attached to each dish. And as I started reading, I realized this wasn't just a recipe collection. It was a journal of her entire life, told through food. The first entry was from 1952, shortly after she married my grandfather. A simple pot roast recipe, but the note beside it read, "Made this for Henry on our first night in this house. He said it was too salty but ate 3 helpings anyway. I think we're going to be happy here." I could picture her, 22 years old, nervous in her new kitchen, trying to impress her husband. I spent the entire evening reading. Each recipe had a story. The chocolate cake she made when my aunt was born, the chicken soup she brought to neighbors during the harsh winter of 1967, the cookies she baked every Christmas morning, a tradition I remembered well. But there were other recipes too, ones that surprised me. There was a recipe for Swedish meatballs with a note dated 1960. Made these for the Johnsons when they moved in next door. Poor things barely spoke English. Margareta cried when she tasted them, said they reminded her of home. I invited them for dinner every Sunday that first year. I never knew my grandmother did that. She never mentioned the Johnsons, never talked about helping immigrants adjust to the neighborhood. But here it was, documented in flour and butter. The more I read, the more I discovered about the woman I thought I knew completely. There was a recipe for biscuits with a note from 1963. Made these for the church bake sale to raise money for the Robinson family after their house fire. Raised $300. Thomas Robinson stopped me in the grocery store to thank me. He was crying. I didn't know what to say. There was a pot pie recipe from 1971. Laura brought her boyfriend home today. Made his favorite dinner to make him feel welcome. He seems nice, but something in his eyes worries me. I'll reserve judgment. That boyfriend became my uncle, and they were married for 42 years until he passed. She was right to reserve judgment. But the recipe that stopped me cold was from 1975. It was for a simple pasta dish, nothing fancy. And the note said, "Made this tonight because it's all I had energy for. The house is too quiet now that all the children are gone." I stood in the kitchen and cried while the water boiled. Henry found me there and held me. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Tomorrow I'll be fine. Tonight, I'm allowed to be sad. I sat on the kitchen floor, with the book in my lap, and cried. I'd never thought about my grandmother being sad, being lonely. She was always so strong, so put together, always smiling and offering food and comfort. I never considered she might have needed comfort herself. I decided right then to cook my way through the book. Every recipe, in order, and I'd write my own notes, my own memories. Maybe someday my grandchildren would find this book and learn about me the way I was learning about her. I started the next day with that pot roast from 1952. It was too salty. just like she'd written. But I ate it anyway, and thought about her starting her life in this house. I made the Swedish meatballs and invited my neighbor Maria, who'd emigrated from Colombia 3 years ago, and we talked about home and belonging. I baked the Christmas cookies in July and took them to the children's hospital, starting a new tradition. Each recipe taught me something. Not just about cooking, but about life, about my grandmother, about the kind of person I wanted to be. The book became my roadmap, and the kitchen became my classroom. 3 months in, I made a recipe I almost skipped. It was for bread pudding, dated 1978, and the note was different from the others. It simply said, "Recipe from E." She finally gave it to me. I don't know if I can forgive her yet, but this is a start. E. I racked my brain trying to figure out who E could be. My grandmother never mentioned anyone with that initial who she'd had a falling out with. I called my mother, asking if she remembered anything from that time, any family drama or neighborhood feuds. My mother was quiet for a long moment. Then she said she remembered something. Evelyn Patterson, my grandmother's best friend since childhood, had done something that hurt her deeply. My mother was young and never knew the details, just that Evelyn stopped coming around for several years. Then one day she was back, and they were friends again like nothing had happened. I made the bread pudding and thought about forgiveness, about friendship, about how the strongest relationships are often the ones that survive, being broken and rebuilt. I thought about my own friendships, the ones I'd let fade, the grudges I'd held onto for no good reason. I started calling people, old friends I'd lost touch with, a college roommate I'd argued with over something stupid, my cousin, who I hadn't spoken to in 5 years after a family dispute. I could barely remember. The bread pudding was delicious, but the conversations were better. By month 6, I'd cooked through half the book and filled dozens of pages with my own notes. The house didn't feel empty anymore. Friends came over regularly for dinner. I'd started a monthly potluck where everyone brought a dish and a story. The kitchen table that had sat unused for years was now the center of community. Then I reached a recipe that changed everything. It was from 1982, a casserole recipe. And the note read, "Made this today, after the doctor's appointment." Henry doesn't know yet. I need to tell him, but I'm scared. How do I tell him I might not have much time? My hands shook as I read it. I knew my grandmother had breast cancer in the 80s, but she'd beaten it. She lived another 40 years after that diagnosis. But reading this note, I felt her fear, her uncertainty, the weight of carrying that news alone, even for a day. The next several recipes had similar notes, her documenting the treatments, the bad days, the good days, the meals she forced herself to cook when she could barely stand because cooking made her feel normal. And then, dated 6 months later, clear scan, today. I'm going to live. Made Henry's favorite tonight and told him everything. He held my hand while I talked and didn't let go for 3 hours. I'm going to live. I made that casserole and invited my mother over. We sat at the table, and I showed her the book, showed her these entries. We talked about my grandmother in a way we never had before. Not as a matriarch or a memory, but as a real person who'd been scared and brave and human. My mother told me stories I'd never heard, about how my grandmother had visited every single person in the neighborhood during her treatment to assure them she was fine, to keep life normal for everyone else. About how she'd organized the church fundraiser while undergoing chemotherapy because she wanted to prove to herself she could still contribute. About how she'd cried only once, in the car after her final treatment, and then never spoke of it again. We looked through more of the book together, Found recipes from my mother's wedding, from each grandchild's birth, from anniversaries and holidays, and ordinary Tuesdays. Each one a small window into my grandmother's interior life, the life she'd lived quietly, while making everyone else feel loved and cared for. The last recipe in the book was from just 2 years ago. My grandmother was 91 then, still living independently, still cooking. It was for a simple soup, and the note said, "Knees hurt today, hands not steady. But I can still make soup. As long as I can feed people, I have purpose." Made extra, and brought some to young couple with new baby across the street. They looked exhausted. The mother cried when I offered to witch the baby, so she could shower. Such a small thing, to give someone peace. I finished reading and closed the book carefully. That young mother had spoken at my grandmother's funeral, talking about how my grandmother had been a lifeline during those difficult early months of parenthood. I hadn't understood the depth of it then. I'm on the last month of recipes now. I've cooked through wars and celebrations, births and deaths, ordinary days and extraordinary ones. I've learned that my grandmother built her life in increments of care, in meals shared and recipes passed down, in small acts of kindness multiplied over decades. I've also learned that I want to live like that. I want to show up for people with casseroles and cookies. I want to write down my memories, not just my recipes. I want to be the kind of person who makes extra soup for tired parents and learns to cook food that reminds immigrants of home. The house doesn't feel like my grandmother's house anymore. It feels like mine. But she's still here, in every cabinet and corner, in the smell of bread baking and the steam from chicken soup. She's in this book, this beautiful, heartbreaking, ordinary book that taught me everything I needed to know about living well. I've started my own section in the back pages. My recipes, my notes, my memories. Someday maybe my grandchildren will find this book and learn about me. They'll know I tried to make the world a little softer, a little kinder, one meal at a time, just like she did. And tonight, I'm making pot roast. It'll probably be too salty, and I'll eat 3 helpings anyway. And I'll think about beginnings and endings and everything in between. I'll think about a young woman in 1952, starting her life in this kitchen, and an older woman in 2024, learning to live in it. I'll think about how food is never just food, and recipes are never just instructions. I'll think about love, and legacy, and the quiet ways we save each other. And tomorrow, I'll make something else from the book, and I'll write my note, and the story will continue, because that's what she taught me. The story always continues. We just have to keep cooking, keep caring, keep showing up with whatever we have to give. That's enough. That's everything. That's the recipe for a life well lived. Story 2. I took the job at the gas station because I needed money and didn't ask questions. It was one of those decisions you make at 3 a.m. when your bank account is negative and your landlord is texting you daily. The ad said overnight shift, $40 an hour, no experience necessary. That should have been my first clue that something was off, but desperation makes you stupid. The gas station sat at the end of Route 47, about 15 miles outside of Millbrook. I'd driven past it 100 times and never really noticed it. That's the thing about gas stations. They're so ordinary that they become invisible. This one was a single building with 2 pumps out front, the kind of place that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1987. The sign out front just said gas in red letters. No brand name, no logo, just gas. My first night, the owner met me there at 11 p.m. His name was Earl, and he looked exactly like you'd expect someone named Earl, who owns a gas station, to look. 70s, flannel shirt, trucker cap, weathered face that suggested he'd seen some things. He showed me around in about 5 minutes. Register here, bathroom key there, Coffee machine keeps itself full. Don't bother with the ice cream freezer in the back because it doesn't work. Simple enough. Then he got to the rules. He pulled out a laminated sheet of paper and handed it to me. 7 rules, typed in what looked like an old typewriter font. I still remember them exactly. Rule 1. Station opens at midnight. Closes at 6 a.m. Lock the doors at exactly 6 a.m. Not before, not after. Rule 2. If someone pays with a $100 bill, check it carefully and accept it, but do not give change. Tell them the register is broken. They will understand. Rule 3. Between 2 and 3 a.m., a man in a brown jacket may come in and ask for a specific amount of gas. Give him whatever he asks for, and do not charge him. Rule 4. Do not go into the back storage room between midnight and 3 a.m. You will hear noises. Ignore them. Rule 5. If the payphone rings, answer it, but do not speak. Listen to what they say and write it down. Rule 6. A woman might come in asking if you've seen her daughter. Tell her no, offer her coffee, and she will leave. Do not follow her outside. Rule 7. At 5 a.m., check the bathroom. If the light is on but you did not turn it on, do not enter. Wait until 6 a.m. I looked at Earl and laughed because I thought it was a joke. Some kind of hazing for the new guy. He didn't laugh back. He just looked at me with these tired eyes and said the job paid $40 an hour because most people quit after the first week. He said if I followed the rules exactly, I'd be fine. If I didn't, well, he wasn't responsible for what happened. I almost walked away. I should have walked away. But $40 an hour for sitting in a gas station overnight was more than I'd make anywhere else, and my rent was due in 4 days. So, I stayed. The first night was completely normal. A few truckers stopped for gas and coffee, paid with cards, barely spoke. I restocked some shelves, read a book, played on my phone. At 2:15 a.m., a man in a brown jacket came in. He was maybe 50, average height, completely unremarkable except for the jacket, which looked like it had been brown once, but was now more of a faded gray brown. He walked up to the counter and said he needed exactly $14.37 of regular unleaded. I remembered Rule 3. I told him no problem, pump 2 was ready. He nodded, pumped his gas, waved at me through the window, and drove off in a truck that looked like it was from the 60s. I didn't charge him. The next 5 hours passed without incident, and I locked up at exactly 6 a.m. and went home with $320 cash that Earl had left in an envelope. I came back the next night, thinking maybe the rules were just Earl's eccentric way of keeping things interesting. But at 2:40 a.m., I heard noises from the back storage room. Scratching sounds, like something dragging across concrete. Then what sounded like whispers, multiple voices talking over each other, but too quiet to make out words. I remembered Rule 4. I turned up the radio and ignored it. The sounds continued until exactly 3 a.m., and then stopped abruptly, like someone had flipped a switch. On night 4, the payphone rang. I didn't even know the thing worked. It was one of those old payphones on the exterior wall, the kind you never see anymore. But at 1:30 a.m., it rang. I went outside and picked it up. I didn't say anything, just listened like the rule said. A woman's voice, older, tired, said, "Tell Michael his mother loves him, and she's sorry she couldn't stay. Tell him the answer is in the lockbox under the porch stairs. Tell him she's proud of who he became." Then the line went dead. I wrote it all down in the notebook Earl had left, word for word. I have no idea who Michael is, or if he ever got the message. Night 6, the woman showed up. It was around 3:30 a.m., and I saw her car pull up under the lights. She came in slowly, like she was uncertain, and she looked exhausted. Dark circles under her eyes, hair that needed washing, clothes that she'd probably been wearing for days. She was maybe 40, but she looked older. She walked up to the counter and asked if I'd seen her daughter, showed me a picture on her phone. A teenage girl, maybe 16, smiling in a school photo. I told her no, I hadn't seen her, and I offered her coffee. She took it with shaking hands and added 4 sugars, and just stood there stirring it for a long time. Then she thanked me and left. I watched her sit in her car in the parking lot for 20 minutes before driving away. I wanted to follow her, to ask if she needed help, if I should call someone. But I remembered Rule 6. I looked up missing persons in the area the next day. Found her daughter immediately. Disappeared 3 years ago. No leads. Case still open. The mother's name was Patricia Chen. I saw her 6 more times over the next 2 months. Same question every time. Same answer. From me. Same coffee. Same slow drive away. I started keeping fresh coffee ready for her. The $100 bill situation happened on night 9. Guy came in around 1 a.m., filled his tank, came inside, and tried to pay with a crisp $100 bill. I checked it like the rule said. It looked real, felt real, had all the right markings. I told him I'd accept it, but couldn't give change because the register was broken. He just smiled and said he understood, and walked out, leaving the 100 on the counter. I put it in the register. The next morning, I checked the bill again in daylight. It was blank on one side. Just completely blank, like someone had printed it wrong. I showed Earl, and he just filed it away in a lockbox and told me I'd done the right thing. Around week 3, I got curious about the bathroom rule. At 5 a.m., I checked it like I was supposed to. The light was on. I knew I hadn't turned it on because I'd been at the counter all night, and the bathroom was behind me. I could see under the door that the light was definitely on. I stood there for a minute, hand on the doorknob, thinking about opening it, thinking about how stupid these rules were, and how there was probably just a faulty switch. But something stopped me. Maybe it was the way the light looked, too bright, almost flickering but not quite. Or maybe it was the feeling I got standing there, like something on the other side of the door was waiting to see what I'd do. I waited until 6 a.m. like the rule said. When I checked again, after locking the front doors, the bathroom light was off. I started researching the gas station during my days. Property records showed it had been there since 1952. Earl had owned it since 1989. Before that, it had gone through 7 different owners. None keeping it longer than a few years. I found an old newspaper article from 1976 about a disappearance. A clerk named David Sampson vanished during his overnight shift. He was there when a trucker stopped at 11 p.m., gone when someone came by at 7 a.m. They found the station unlocked, lights on, register untouched. David's jacket still on the hook. No signs of struggle. No evidence of anything. He was just gone. I found 3 other similar articles. 1984, different clerk, same situation. 2001, overnight manager, vanished. 2015, college student working overnight, disappeared. All overnight shift workers. All seemingly vanished from a locked station. I wondered if they'd followed the rules. I asked Earl about it on payday. He counted out my cash and didn't look up when he said that the people who disappeared were the ones who didn't follow the rules. He said the rules existed for a reason, and that reason was keeping people safe. He said the gas station had been sitting on a strange piece of land for a long time, and the rules were how we coexisted with whatever else was here. He told me not to overthink it. Just follow the rules, take the money, and be grateful I was still around to spend it. On night 30, things escalated. The man in the brown jacket came in at 2 a.m., right on schedule, but this time he looked different. Younger, maybe the 30 instead of 50. The jacket was the same, that faded brown that might have been another color once. He asked for $14.37 of regular unleaded, exact same amount as always. I told him pump 2 was ready. But this time, he stopped and turned back and looked at me and said, "Thank you for remembering me." Then he left. I hadn't remembered him. I just followed the rule. But something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I started asking the late-night customers about the place. Truckers mostly. People who'd been driving these routes for years. Most of them knew about the gas station. Some called it Lucky's. Some called it the end stop. Some called it the waiting room. One old trucker, maybe 70, told me he'd been stopping here since 1979, and the place never changed. Same pumps, same building, same weird vibe. He said drivers had superstitions about it. Fill up here, and your next run would be smooth. Skip it, and you'd have trouble. He didn't know why, just knew it was true. A waitress from the diner 12 miles up the road came in one night around 4 a.m., clearly exhausted from her shift. We got to talking, and she mentioned she'd worked at the diner for 30 years, and the gas station had always been there. Always overnight only. Always a little strange. She said her mother had worked at the diner before her, and told stories about the gas station, even back in the 60s. She said there was a local legend that the land had been a way station on the Underground Railroad, and later a speakeasy during Prohibition, and that people had always gathered here in the dark for one reason or another. Night. 45. I broke a rule. Not on purpose, but I broke it. It was 2:30 a.m., and I really needed to use the bathroom. I'd been holding it for an hour, because I didn't want to leave the counter. But finally, I couldn't wait anymore. I went to the bathroom, and as I was coming out, I heard the storage room door creak open. I froze. Rule 4 said, don't go in there between midnight and 3 a.m. It didn't say what happened if something came out. I watched the door swing open slowly. The storage room was dark, but I could see shapes moving inside, shadows that didn't match any light source. Then the whispers started. Those same overlapping voices I'd heard before, but louder now, more insistent. I backed up against the wall and just stood there, barely breathing. One of the shadows moved closer to the doorway. It looked almost human, tall and thin, but the proportions were wrong. The arms too long, the head tilted at an angle that shouldn't be possible. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been seconds, could have been minutes, but at exactly 3 a.m., the whispers stopped. The shadow pulled back, and the door swung shut on its own. I didn't move for another 5 minutes. When I finally checked the storage room later, after 3 a.m., it was just a normal storage room full of boxes and cleaning supplies and old car parts. I called in sick the next 2 nights. Earl didn't answer, so I left voicemails. On the 3rd night, he showed up at my apartment. He looked angry and tired and maybe a little scared. He said I couldn't just not show up, that the station needed someone there, that the rules existed to protect both me and whatever else was there. He said by not being there, I'd left things unbalanced. He asked if I was quitting. I told him about what I'd seen. He nodded like he'd expected it, and said that sometimes the barriers got thin, that sometimes things leaked through, but as long as I followed the rules, they couldn't touch me. I asked him what they were. He said he didn't know exactly, just that they'd always been there, that the land remembered things, stored things, kept things. He said the overnight shift was about maintaining the boundary, about keeping the station as a neutral ground. He offered me $50 an hour to come back. I went back. I don't know why. Maybe the money, maybe the curiosity, maybe because walking away felt like leaving something unfinished. Night 48, back at the counter, and everything felt heavier. The air was thicker. The lights seemed dimmer, At midnight, a group of people I'd never seen before pulled up in 3 different cars. They came in together, bought coffee and snacks, and sat at the small table by the window until 2 a.m. They didn't talk much, just sat there like they were waiting for something. At exactly 2 a.m., they all stood up at the same time, threw away their trash, and left together. I watched them drive away in formation, all 3 cars heading east on Route 47. The man in the brown jacket showed up at 2:15, like clockwork. This time, he looked like he was in his 20s. Same jacket, same request. $14.37. As he was leaving, he turned and said, "We're the same, you and I. Both just trying to make it through the night." I didn't know what to say to that, so I said nothing. He smiled sadly and left. Patricia Chen came in at 3:45. Same question about her daughter. Same coffee. But this time, as she was leaving, she stopped and said, "You're a good person for not lying to me, thank you. I wanted to tell her I was sorry, that I hoped she found her daughter, that she should maybe talk to someone because this couldn't be healthy. But Rule 6 said not to follow her outside, and something told me that extending the conversation counted as following. So I just nodded and watched her leave. At 5 a.m., I checked the bathroom. Light was on again. This time I could hear water running. Not the sink, something else, like rain or a stream. I put my ear close to the door and heard what sounded like wind and distant music, like a radio playing somewhere far away. I waited until 6 a.m. When I opened the door after locking up, the bathroom was completely dry, and the light was off and it smelled like ozone. I stayed for 6 months total, made almost $50,000 in that time, enough to pay off my debts and build up some savings. I got used to the weirdness, started to expect it, even looked forward to some of it, in a strange way. The late-night regulars became familiar. The man in the brown jacket, who I saw age backwards from 50 to 20 over the course of my employment. Patricia Chen, who I made coffee for twice a week. The storage room whispers that I learned to ignore. The bathroom that sometimes existed in 2 places at once. On my last night, Earl came by at 5 a.m. He said he'd found a replacement and I was free to go. I was surprised at how sad I felt. I'd been planning to quit, but having it happen suddenly made me realize I'd miss it. The overnight hours alone with the strange and the inexplicable. The feeling of being on the edge of something I couldn't quite understand. Earl paid me in cash for the last time and handed me the laminated rule sheet. He said I should keep it as a reminder. A reminder of what? I asked. He said a reminder that the world is stranger than we pretend it is, and that sometimes the best thing we can do is follow the rules and keep the boundaries intact, even when we don't understand why. I asked him what happened to the people who disappeared. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said they probably found out what happens when you break the rules. He said some of them might still be here, in a way, in the spaces between. He said the storage room had to hold something, and the bathroom had to lead somewhere, and the man in the brown jacket had to keep coming back for a reason. I drive past the gas station sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep. It's always open, midnight to 6 a.m., lights on, someone behind the counter. I don't know who works there now. I don't stop, but I think about the rules and the weirdness and the $50,000 I made for just being present and following instructions. Mostly, though, I think about Patricia Chen. I looked her up after I quit. Found out her daughter's body was discovered about a year later, in the woods about 30 miles from the gas station. She'd run away and gotten lost and died of exposure. Patricia died 6 months after that. Heart attack, the obituary said, but I think it was really a broken heart. I think about whether she knew, on some level, that her daughter was gone. Whether coming to the gas station was her way of holding on, of keeping the search alive, of not giving up. I think about how I gave her coffee and let her ask her question and never told her to move on, and whether that was kind or cruel. The gas station is still there, at the end of Route 47, still open midnight to 6 a.m., still following the rules, still sitting on that strange piece of land where the boundaries are thin and things leak through. If you ever drive past it late at night and need gas, you can stop. Just follow the rules. They exist for a reason, and whatever you do, don't open the bathroom door if the light is on. Story 3. My neighbor built a boat in his backyard. Not a little rowboat or a canoe, but a 40-foot sailboat. When I moved into the house next door 5 years ago, the boat was already there, sitting on wooden blocks in his yard, like a beached whale. The man's name is Richard. He's in his 70s, and for the first 3 years I knew him, we barely spoke beyond polite waves across the fence. The boat obsession was obvious. Every single day, rain or shine, Richard would be out there working on it. Sanding, painting, varnishing, adjusting the rigging. He had a whole workshop set up in his garage, and I'd hear him in there at all hours, cutting wood or hammering metal. The boat had a name painted on the stern in elegant script. Second Chance. People in the neighborhood thought he was crazy. A boat that size in a backyard 3 miles from the ocean made no sense. Some folks said he'd been building it for 30 years and would never finish it. Others said he was building it to escape his life, that he'd lost his mind after his wife died. I didn't think much about it either way. He seemed harmless, kept to himself, and if working on a boat made him happy, who was I to judge? Everything changed last summer. I was having a particularly bad day. I'd just been laid off from my job of 12 years. My girlfriend had moved out the week before, and my dad had called to tell me his cancer was back. I was sitting on my back deck at 10 p.m., drinking beer and feeling sorry for myself, when I heard Richard in his yard. He was up on the deck of the boat with a lantern, doing something with the mast. I don't know what came over me, but I called out to him, asked him if he wanted a beer. He looked surprised, but he climbed down and came over to the fence. We sat on my deck and drank beer and watched the stars, and I ended up telling him everything. The job, the girlfriend, my dad. He listened without interrupting, just nodded occasionally and sipped his beer. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "You want to know why I'm building the boat?" I said sure, expecting some philosophical answer about dreams or purpose. Instead, he said, "I'm trying to find my son." That caught me off guard. I'd never seen any family visit Richard, never heard him mention children. He saw my expression and smiled sadly. Then he told me a story I'll never forget. Richard had 2 sons, Thomas and James. In 1994, when Thomas was 25 and James was 23, they decided to sail around the world together. They'd grown up sailing with Richard, spent every summer on the water, dreamed about circumnavigation since they were kids. They bought a 40-foot sailboat, spent a year preparing it, and set off from San Diego in June of 1995. Richard and his wife Margaret were worried but proud. The boys called from various ports using satellite phones. Ecuador, the Galapagos, French Polynesia, Fiji. Everything was going perfectly. They were living their dream, sending back photos and stories, talking about the incredible things they were seeing. Then, in November of 1995, somewhere between Fiji and Vanuatu, contact stopped. The last call Richard received, James said they were heading into some weather, but nothing they couldn't handle. They'd call from Vanuatu in a few days. They never did. Richard waited a week, then 2, then contacted the Coast Guard, the Navy, everyone he could think of. Search and rescue operations were launched. They searched for 3 weeks and found nothing. No debris, no life raft, no emergency beacon signals. The boat and his sons had simply disappeared into the Pacific Ocean. The official conclusion was that they'd encountered a storm and gone down. It happened, sadly, more often than people realized. The ocean is vast and unforgiving. But Richard couldn't accept it. He kept thinking about all the things that could have happened. Maybe they'd lost their mast and were drifting. Maybe they'd made it to an uninhabited island. Maybe the radio had failed and they were trying to sail to the nearest port. Maybe they needed help and he'd given up too soon. Margaret wanted to grieve and move on. She had a funeral service for the boys, created a memorial, started seeing a therapist. Richard couldn't do it. He kept researching, kept calling authorities in various countries, kept plotting currents and wind patterns and possible drift scenarios. It consumed him. The marriage deteriorated. Margaret said he was choosing his obsession over her. Richard said he was choosing hope over surrender. In 1997, Margaret left. She said she couldn't watch him destroy himself anymore. She moved to Oregon to be near her sister, and they divorced quietly. She died in 2008, and Richard went to the funeral. Her sister told him that Margaret never stopped loving him, but she also never stopped being angry that he couldn't let the boys go. After Margaret left, Richard made a decision. He would build a replica of the boys' boat, sail the exact route they'd sailed, and look for any trace of them, any evidence of what had happened. He knew the chances were impossibly small. He knew 30 years had passed, and the ocean gives up few secrets. But he needed to do it. Needed to sail the same waters, see the same horizons, understand what they'd experienced. He started building in 1998. He worked from the original plans of the boys' boat, matched every specification, tried to recreate it exactly. He'd been a carpenter before retirement, so he had the skills. What he didn't have was money, at least not enough to build a boat and finance a year-long sailing expedition. So he worked slowly, buying materials as he could afford them, teaching himself new techniques, perfecting every detail. People thought he was crazy. Friends stopped visiting. Family members staged an intervention that he walked out of. But he kept building. Every plank he laid, every sail he stitched, kissed, every piece of hardware he installed was a connection to his sons. It was his way of being close to them, of not giving up, of honoring their dream, even if it had ended in tragedy. I sat there on my deck listening to all this, my own problems suddenly feeling very small. I asked Richard if he really thought he'd find anything after all this time. He said no, probably not. But that wasn't the point anymore. The point was making the journey, following in their wake, seeing what they saw, feeling what they felt. The point was that as long as he was sailing toward them, they weren't completely gone. He told me the boat was almost finished. Maybe another year of work. He'd been learning navigation, studying weather patterns, planning the route meticulously. He'd saved up enough money to buy supplies and pay for dock fees in various ports. When he turned 75, he was going to sail away and not come back until he'd completed the route or died trying. I asked what happened after that, assuming he survived the journey. He said he didn't know. Maybe he'd finally be able to let go. Maybe he'd scatter their ashes in the ocean, though they had no ashes to scatter. Maybe he'd just know that he'd done everything possible, and that would be enough. Or maybe he'd come back and feel even more lost than before. He said he'd find out when he got there. After that night, Richard and I became friends. Real friends. I started helping him with the boat. I didn't know anything about sailing or carpentry, but I could sand and paint and hold things while he worked. We'd spend evenings in his garage, working on some component or another, and he'd tell me stories about Thomas and James, how Thomas had been serious and methodical, while James was impulsive and funny, how they'd balanced each other perfectly. how watching them sail together had been like watching a perfectly choreographed dance. He showed me photos, the boys as kids, grinning on the deck of Richard's old boat, as teenagers, tan and confident, holding up fish they'd caught, as young men, standing proudly next to the boat they'd bought, ready for their adventure, and photos from the journey itself, sent back from various ports. The two of them sunburned and happy, living exactly the life they'd wanted. Richard also showed me his research. Decades of it. Maps covered in notes and calculations. Files full of weather data from November 1995. Reports from every search operation. Testimonies from other sailors who'd been in the area. He'd contacted dozens of islands in the South Pacific, asking if anyone had ever found wreckage or seen a boat matching the description. He'd studied ocean currents and drift patterns. He'd become an expert in maritime disasters, learning everything he could about what happens when boats go down. The most heartbreaking thing was a notebook he kept of possible scenarios. Hundreds of them, written over the years. Maybe they'd hit a shipping container floating in the water and sunk quickly. Maybe a whale had breached and capsized them. Maybe they'd been caught in a sudden storm and the boat had rolled. Maybe they'd been boarded by pirates. Maybe one of them had gotten sick or injured and they'd tried to sail to help, but didn't make it. Each scenario was researched, evaluated, ranked by probability. It was the work of a man who needed answers, but knew he'd probably never get them. I asked Richard once if he'd ever considered that the boys might have chosen to disappear, that maybe they'd decided to stay somewhere and start over. He said he'd considered it, early on, but they'd been close. They'd had no reason to run away from their lives, and if they had, surely one of them would have sent word eventually. Surely they wouldn't have let him and Margaret suffer for 30 years. No, they were gone. The ocean had taken them. He was certain of that. As the months passed, and I helped Richard work on the boat, I started to understand the project differently. It wasn't really about finding the boys, or even about the journey. It was about love, about a father's love, being so strong that even death in 3 decades and impossible odds couldn't diminish it. Richard was building a monument to his sons, a floating memorial that would sail the same waters they'd sailed and carry their memory across the ocean they'd loved. My own life started to improve. I found a new job, started dating someone new, and my dad's treatment was going well. But I kept coming over to help Richard. The boat became my therapy too. There was something meditative about the work, something meaningful about contributing to this impossible quest. Richard's determination inspired me. If he could spend 30 years building a boat to chase an impossible dream, I could handle my comparatively minor setbacks. We launched the boat in September. It took a crane and a wide load truck, and half the neighborhood watching. Richard had arranged to dock it at a marina 40 minutes away. Watching that boat finally touch water, after sitting in the yard for decades, was emotional for everyone who'd witnessed the long build. Richard stood on the dock and cried. Over the next few months, Richard prepared for the voyage. He provisioned the boat, tested all the systems, took it out for practice sails. I went with him a few times. The boat sailed beautifully, responsive and sturdy. Richard was a skilled sailor despite his age, moving around the deck with confidence, adjusting sails, and reading the wind like someone half his age. His departure date was set for April 15th, right after his 75th birthday. The plan was to follow the boys' route as closely as possible. San Diego to Ecuador, then to the Galapagos, across to the Marquesas, through the various island chains of the South Pacific, and eventually to Australia. He estimated it would take 14 months, maybe longer depending on weather, and how long he stayed in each port. People tried to talk him out of it. His doctor said a 75-year-old man had no business single-handing a boat across the Pacific. His sister said it was suicide. I worried too, but I also understood that he needed to do this, that he'd been working toward this moment for 3 decades, and nothing was going to stop him. The week before he left, Richard asked me to come over. He had something to show me. In his living room, he'd set up a laptop with satellite internet. He'd learned to use email and video calls specifically, so he could stay in touch during the voyage. He showed me how to access a tracking website where his boat's GPS position would update every few hours. He gave me emergency contact numbers, passwords to his accounts, and a copy of his will. "Just in case," he said. Then he handed me a sealed envelope. He said if anything happened to him, if the boat went down or he didn't make it back, he wanted me to read what was inside. Not before then, only if something went wrong. He made me promise. I promised. On April 15th, a small group of us gathered at the marina to see Richard off. His sister was there, a few old friends, some neighbors, and me. Richard looked happy, genuinely happy, for the first time since I'd known him. He hugged everyone, thanked us for coming, and climbed aboard Second Chance. At exactly 8 a.m., he cast off the lines and motored out of the harbor. We watched until the boat was a tiny speck on the horizon. I thought about Thomas and James, setting off on their own journey 30 years earlier, their parents watching them disappear into the same ocean. I thought about how Richard was now following them into the unknown, how he was finally, after all these years, going to the place where he'd lost them. Richard kept his word about staying in touch. Every few days, I'd get an email, short updates about the weather, the boat's performance, what he was seeing. The GPS tracker showed his steady progress down the coast. He sent photos from Ecuador, from the Galapagos. He sounded good, energized, purposeful. The emails from the Marquesas were different, more reflective. He wrote about how strange it was to be in places the boys had been, to see the same islands, to anchor in the same bays. He'd found the marina in Nukuhiva, where they'd stayed for a week, and talked to an old harbor master who vaguely remembered 2 young American sailors from decades ago. Richard said it felt like following ghosts. In July, Richard reached the area where contact had been lost. Somewhere in that vast stretch of ocean between Fiji and Vanuatu. His emails stopped being regular. I'd go days without hearing from him. The GPS tracker showed the boat moving in strange patterns, circling, backtracking, as if searching for something. Then I got an email that was longer than all the others combined. Richard wrote that he'd spent 3 weeks sailing a grid pattern over the approximate area where the boys had last made contact. He knew it was pointless. Anything that had happened would have left no trace after 30 years. But he'd needed to do it anyway. Needed to sail over every mile of water that might have been their grave. He wrote about how big the ocean was, how terrifyingly vast, how easy it would be for a small boat to vanish without a trace. How his sons must have felt so alone if they'd gone down in a storm, knowing no one would ever find them. He wrote that he understood now, in a way he hadn't before, what they'd experienced. The isolation, the vulnerability, the terrible beauty of being so small in something so immense. But he also wrote about the joy he felt, because this was what the boys had loved. The wind and the waves and the endless horizon. They died doing what they wanted to do, living the life they'd chosen. He said he finally understood that the tragedy wasn't that they died young, but that he'd spent 30 years grieving instead of celebrating the fact that they'd really lived. The emails after that were lighter. Richard continued the journey, visiting more islands, making friends in various ports, experiencing the adventure his sons had experienced. He sent photos of sunsets and dolphins and local people he'd met. He sounded free in a way I'd never heard before. He finished the circumnavigation in December, 14 months after setting off, I was at the marina when he sailed back in. He'd aged during the journey, looked thinner and more weathered, but his eyes were different. Peaceful. He'd done it. He'd followed his sons across the ocean and come back alive. We went to his house that night, just the two of us, and sat on my deck like we had that first night. I asked him if he'd found what he was looking for. He said yes and no. He hadn't found the boys, hadn't found answers about what happened, but he'd found something else. He'd found closure, or at least the beginnings of it. He'd found a way to honor their memory that felt right, and he'd found that he was ready, finally, to live the rest of his own life instead of dwelling in the past. He told me he was going to sell the boat, use the money to travel, but on land this time. He wanted to visit his sister more, maybe volunteer somewhere, start doing things for himself instead of for the ghosts of his sons. He said building and sailing the boat had been his way of saying goodbye, and now that he'd said it, he could move forward. Then he told me I could open the envelope he'd given me. I'd forgotten about it, honestly. I went home and got it, and we opened it together. Inside was a letter, written before the voyage. It said that if he didn't make it back, he wanted me to know that he'd died happy, that following his sons had been the greatest gift he'd ever given himself, that he had no regrets about how he'd spent the last 30 years, even if others thought it was wasted time, and that if he'd gone down somewhere in the Pacific, he hoped it was near where the boys had gone down, so they could all be together in the ocean they'd loved. Reading that letter, sitting next to Richard who had made it back, was overwhelming. I thought about how close he'd come to joining his sons out there, how single-handing a boat across the Pacific at 75 was incredibly dangerous, how many things could have gone wrong. But he'd done it anyway, because some things are worth the risk. Richard sold the boat 6 months later to a young couple who wanted to sail the world. He seemed happy to see it go to people who would use it for living, rather than remembering. He downsized to a small condo, started volunteering at a youth sailing program, teaching kids the skills his sons had loved. He travels now, sends me postcards from random places: Alaska, Ireland, Japan. He's living. I think about Richard's story a lot, about the 30 years he spent building that boat, the journey he took, the peace he found. People still say it was crazy, that he wasted 3 decades on an impossible quest, but I disagree. He did what he needed to do to survive his grief. He built something beautiful in memory of his sons, and he proved that it's never too late to finish what you started, to chase what seems impossible, to find your own version of closure. The boat is still out there somewhere, still named Second Chance, still sailing. Sometimes I check marine traffic websites to see if I can spot it. I like thinking about it crossing oceans, carrying new dreams, having new adventures. It feels right that something built from grief and love is now being used for joy. Richard is 80 now. We still talk regularly. He's healthy, active, content. He keeps photos of Thomas and James on his wall, but he doesn't spend hours staring at them anymore. He tells stories about them to the kids he teaches, keeping their memory alive in a way that honors how they lived rather than how they died. Last week, he told me he's thinking about writing a book about the journey. Not a sad book, but an adventure story. A father following his sons across the ocean, finding himself in the process. I told him I'd help him write it if he wanted. We could work on it together, the way we worked on the boat. He said he'd think about it. Then he smiled and said, "You know what the best part of the whole journey was? It wasn't finding answers or getting closure, or any of that. It was realizing that Thomas and James would have thought the whole thing was ridiculous. They would have told me to stop being so dramatic and just go live my life. They would have laughed at their old man building a boat in his backyard for 30 years. And knowing that, knowing they'd have wanted me to let go sooner, somehow made it okay that it took me so long. We all grieve in our own time, in our own way. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I think he's right. And I think about how lucky I am that I moved in next door to Richard, that I called out to him that night, that I got to be part of his impossible journey. He taught me that persistence looks like showing up every day for 30 years. That love doesn't end when people die. That sometimes the craziest seeming dreams are actually the sanest response to an insane loss. The boat is gone from the backyard now. The empty space where it sat for decades has grass growing on it. But sometimes, when I'm in my yard, I swear I can still see it there. The ghost of second chance, sitting on its blocks, waiting for Richard to finish what he started. Waiting to carry a father's love across the ocean to where his sons disappeared. Waiting to prove that some journeys need to be taken, no matter how impossible they seem. Story 4. I moved into the Riverside Apartments in downtown Seattle 6 months ago. It's one of those old brick buildings from the 1920s that got renovated and turned into overpriced loft apartments for tech workers and young professionals. 12 floors, big windows, exposed brick, the whole aesthetic. My apartment is on the 8th floor, a studio that costs way too much, but has a great view of the city. The weird thing started about 2 weeks after I moved in. I was coming home late from work, tired and not really paying attention, and I got on the elevator with this older woman I'd never seen before. She was maybe 60, wearing a floral dress that looked like it was from another era, and she was carrying a bag of groceries. She smiled at me and pressed the button for the 13th floor. I looked at the elevator panel. There were buttons for the lobby, floors 1 through 12, and the basement. No 13th floor button, but she'd definitely pressed something above the 12. I was tired, so I figured I'd misread the panel, or she'd pressed 12 and I was seeing things. The elevator went up, stopped at 8 where I got off, and continued upward with her still inside. I didn't think about it again until a week later when I saw the same woman in the lobby. She was checking her mailbox, and I noticed her box was labeled 13C. I walked over casually to look at the mailboxes. They went from 12F directly to 14A. There was no 13th floor listed, but her box clearly said 13C, and it looked just as old and weathered as all the others. I asked the woman about it. She looked at me with this knowing smile and said, "Oh, you're one of the ones who can see it. How interesting." Then she walked away before I could ask what she meant. I checked the mailboxes again. 13C was still there, between 12F and 14A, like it had always been. That night, I paid close attention when I got on the elevator. There were 12 numbered floor buttons plus lobby and basement. I watched carefully as other people got on and off. Nobody pressed anything above 12. But then, around 11 p.m., I rode up with a guy in his 40s wearing a suit from what looked like the 1950s. He pressed something above the 12 button, and I watched the elevator display count up. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The door opened on 13, and he got out. I should have stayed on the elevator. I should have ridden back down to 8 and forgotten about it. But curiosity got me, and I stepped out onto the 13th floor before the doors closed. The hallway looked different from my floor. The carpet was a deep red instead of the modern gray. The walls were wallpapered in a pattern that definitely wasn't part of the renovation. The light fixtures were old, the kind with those frosted glass shades you see in vintage photos. Everything had a slightly yellowish tint, like looking at an old photograph. There were 6 apartment doors, labeled 13A through 13F. I could hear sounds from inside some of them. A radio playing big band music, someone running water, a dog barking. Normal apartment sounds, but muffled, like they were coming from very far away. I walked down the hallway slowly, half expecting someone to come out and ask what I was doing there. Nobody did. When I got to the end of the hall, there was a window. I looked out, expecting to see the same view I had from my apartment, just a few floors higher. Instead, I saw the city, but it looked wrong. The buildings were different, shorter. There were fewer lights, no Space Needle visible in the distance, even though it should have been right there. I pulled out my phone to take a picture. The screen was black. I tried to turn it on, but it was completely dead, even though it had been at 70% battery when I got on the elevator. I started to feel uneasy and headed back to the elevator. I pressed the button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. Still nothing. I stood there for what felt like 10 minutes, pressing the button over and over, starting to panic. Then apartment 13D opened, and an old man stepped out. He was wearing slippers and a bathrobe, and looked completely normal, except that his clothes looked like they were from the 1940s. He looked at me and said, "Elevator doesn't come unless you belong here. You'll need to use the stairs." He pointed to a door at the other end of the hallway that I hadn't noticed before. I thanked him and walked quickly toward it. Behind me, I heard him say, "Don't come back unless you mean to stay." The stairwell was even stranger than the hallway. The walls were bare concrete, but they seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. The stairs went down, but they also seemed to go sideways in a way that hurt my brain to think about. I focused on my feet and counted the floors as I descended. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. When I reached 8, I practically ran out into the normal hallway of my floor and back to my apartment. My phone turned on immediately. The time showed I'd been gone for 3 hours, even though it had felt like maybe 30 minutes. I had 7 missed calls from my girlfriend and a dozen texts asking where I was. I should have left it alone. I should have pretended the 13th floor didn't exist and gone on with my life. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day, I went to the building management office and asked about the 13th floor. The property manager, a cheerful woman named Sandra, looked at me blankly and said the building only had 12 floors. I showed her the mailbox labeled 13C. She looked right at it and said, "That's 14C. The C is just worn and looks like a 3. But it didn't look like a 14. It clearly said 13. I took a picture of it with my phone, and in the photo, it showed 14C. I looked at the actual mailbox again. 13C. Whatever was happening, it was selective about who could see it. I started researching the building's history. The Riverside Apartments were built in 1923 by a developer named Albert Crane. In the original blueprints, which I found in the city archives, the building had 13 floors. But in 1929, something happened. The newspapers from that time mentioned a mysterious incident at the Riverside Apartments, where several residents disappeared. No bodies were found, no signs of foul play, just empty apartments with the doors locked from the inside. After the disappearances, the building was sold. The new owners renovated it and, according to the records, removed the 13th floor. The blueprints from 1931 showed 12 floors. But you can't just remove a floor from a building. Architecturally, it doesn't make sense. The building was still the same height. The windows still lined up the same way from the outside. I found an article from a Seattle Historical Society newsletter that mentioned the Riverside Apartments in a list of buildings with unusual histories. It said that the building was rumored to have a 13th floor that existed in a state of temporal displacement, whatever that meant. The article cited several witnesses over the years who claimed to have visited the floor and found it stuck in the past, but these accounts were dismissed as urban legends. I became obsessed. I started watching the elevator carefully, noting everyone who got on and off. Most people were normal, pressing normal floors. But every few days, I'd see someone who looked out of place. old-fashioned clothes, old-fashioned hair, and they'd pressed the button for 13 that I still couldn't see. I started recognizing them. The woman with the groceries, the man in the 1950s suit, a young couple who looked like they were from the 1960s, a teenager with a hairstyle from the 1980s. I worked up the courage to approach the woman with the groceries again. Her name was Dorothy, and she'd lived in the building since 1945. She didn't think it was 2024, she thought it was still 1962. When I told her the actual year, she laughed and said time was funny in the building, that she'd noticed things seemed strange sometimes, but she mostly just went about her life. She invited me up for tea. I rode the elevator with her, and this time I watched how she pressed the button. There was a spot on the panel between 12 and the ceiling, where the wallpaper was slightly discolored. She pressed that spot, and the elevator recognized it as the 13th floor button. I memorized the location. Her apartment was like a museum. Furniture from the 1960s, a rotary phone, a black and white television. Everything was clean and well-maintained, but nothing was from after 1962. She made tea in a kettle on an actual stovetop and served it in delicate china cups. We talked for an hour. She told me about her life, her husband who died in the war, her son who she thought lived on the 9th floor, but who I knew couldn't possibly still be alive if he was born in the 1940s. I asked her if she ever left the building. She said of course. She went to the market every week. I asked which market. She named a grocery store that had closed in 1970. I realized she was leaving the building, but she was leaving it into her own time, not mine. Somehow, the 13th floor was a pocket of the past, and the people who lived there were unstuck from normal time. Over the next few months, I visited the 13th floor regularly. I met more of the residents. There was Harold in 13A, who thought it was 1947. He'd been a jazz musician and still practiced his trumpet every evening. There was the young couple in 13B, Michael and Susan, who thought it was 1968 and were excited about some concert they were going to see next week. There was James in 13E, who thought it was 1983 and worked as a stockbroker, leaving every morning with a briefcase and returning every evening. None of them seemed to realize anything was wrong. They lived their lives, paid their rent somehow, went to work at jobs that no longer existed, shopped at stores that were long gone. They aged, but very slowly. Dorothy had lived there since 1945, thinking it was 1962, the entire time. That meant she'd aged 17 years, over the course of 79 real years. I tried to tell them. I tried to explain that they were living in some kind of time loop, that the world had moved on without them. Some of them got upset and asked me to leave. Others listened politely, and then forgot the conversation by the next time I saw them. The 13th floor had a way of protecting its residents from uncomfortable truths. I started documenting everything. I took a notebook with me, because electronics didn't work reliably on the 13th floor. I wrote down conversations, sketched the apartments, recorded the dates people thought it was. I was building a case, though I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it. Then I met Elizabeth. She was in her 20s, living in 13F, and she thought it was 1955. She was a secretary, she told me, working downtown at a law firm. She was different from the others. She asked me questions about where I was from, what year I thought it was, why I kept visiting. She seemed more aware that something wasn't quite right. Over several visits, I told her the truth. I told her it was 2024, that she'd been living in a displaced timeline for decades, that she was trapped. She didn't get upset like the others. She listened carefully, and then said she'd suspected something like that. She'd noticed that her parents never aged when she visited them, that the calendar on her wall never seemed to move forward, that the same songs played on the radio over and over. She asked me if there was a way out. I told her I didn't know, but I'd try to find one. I started researching temporal anomalies, reading everything I could find about time loops and pocket dimensions. Most of it was science fiction or fringe physics, but some of it seemed relevant. The theory was that certain places could become unstuck from normal time if something traumatic happened, creating a pocket reality that replayed the same period over and over. I found a reference to the Riverside Apartments in a book about Seattle hauntings. It said that in 1929, a man named Albert Crane, the building's original developer, had conducted experiments in his penthouse apartment on the 13th floor. He'd been obsessed with time travel and had built some kind of device he thought could slow down or reverse time. The book claimed that during a test of the device, something went wrong, and several floors of the building were pulled out of normal time. Crane and everyone on those floors disappeared. The book said that eventually, the building stabilized, with only the 13th floor remaining displaced. The other floors returned to normal time, but the 13th floor was stuck in a loop, constantly cycling through the decades since 1929, picking up residents from different eras who somehow wandered into it and couldn't leave. I showed Elizabeth the book. She read it carefully, and then said, "So, we're trapped in a failed time travel experiment from 1929, living out fragments of different decades on repeat. That's insane. But I believe you. What do we do about it?" I didn't have an answer. I kept researching. I found a theoretical physics professor at the University of Washington who studied temporal mechanics. I made an appointment and told him everything. He listened without interrupting, made some notes, and then said that while he couldn't prove the 13th floor existed in the way I described, the theory was sound. A localized temporal anomaly could theoretically trap people in a repeating loop. Breaking the loop would require disrupting whatever was causing it. He suggested that if Crane's device was still on the 13th floor, destroying it might break the loop. But he warned that doing so could be dangerous. The residents of the 13th floor had been living in displaced time for so long that returning them to normal time might kill them. They'd aged decades in an instant. I told Elizabeth what the professor had said. She thought about it for a long time. Then she said, "I'd rather die in real time than live forever in a loop. If there's a device, we should destroy it. But we should warn everyone first. Give them a choice." We spent the next week talking to all the residents of the 13th floor. Dorothy didn't believe us and asked us to stop spreading nonsense. Harold thought about it and said he'd lived a good life and wouldn't mind if it ended. But he didn't think we Bodhi should mess with things we didn't understand. Michael and Susan said they were happy in their loop and didn't want to leave. James got angry and threatened to call the police. Only Elizabeth was committed to trying. We searched every apartment, looking for Crane's device. The residents who trusted us let us in. The others we had to wait until they were out. We found it in what used to be the penthouse, which was now divided into apartments 13E and 13F. In a locked closet in 13F, behind a false wall, we found it. The device was bizarre. A collection of copper coils, glass tubes filled with glowing liquid, and a series of dials and switches that looked like they were from an old radio. It was still running, humming quietly, the liquid in the tubes pulsing with a faint blue light. There was a master switch on the side, clearly labeled Temporal Anchor. Elizabeth and I stood there looking at it for a long time. I said, "If we flip this switch, everyone on this floor might die." She said, "If we don't flip it, everyone on this floor will be trapped forever." I asked her if she was sure. She said yes. We flipped the switch together. The device powered down with a sound like a sigh. The humming stopped. The blue liquid in the tubes faded to clear. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the floor lurched, like the whole building had shifted. The lights flickered. I heard people shouting from other apartments. Elizabeth looked at her hands. They were aging rapidly, skin wrinkling, spots appearing. She looked at me with wide eyes and said, "It's happening." Then she collapsed. I caught her, and we sank to the floor together. She was aging before my eyes, decades passing in seconds. I watched her go from 25 to 40, to 60, to 80 in the span of a minute. She looked at me one last time and whispered, "Thank you for setting me free." Then she stopped breathing. I sat there holding her body as the building continued to shake. I heard crashes from other apartments. The floor was stabilizing, snapping back into normal time, and everyone who'd been living in displaced time was aging all at once, experiencing the decades they'd skipped. When the shaking stopped, I carefully laid Elizabeth down and went out into the hallway. The wallpaper was gone, replaced by the modern paint of the rest of the building. The vintage light fixtures had changed to the same LED panels as every other floor. Apartment doors hung open, and I could see inside. Modern furniture, modern appliances. The 13th floor had rejoined the present. I checked the other apartments. Dorothy was dead on her kitchen floor, aged to over 100. Harold had made it to his chair before dying. Michael and Susan were in each other's arms. James was in the bathroom. All of them had aged to death in moments. I called 911. I tried to explain what happened, but how could I? I said I'd found several elderly people who appeared to have died of natural causes. The police came, paramedics came, investigators came. They were baffled by how these people had died simultaneously in apartments that, according to records, had been vacant for years. I told them I didn't know. I'd just been checking on what I thought were empty units and found bodies. The investigation concluded that the deaths were from natural causes related to extreme old age, but they couldn't explain why these people weren't in the system, why there were no records of them living there, or how they'd all died at the exact same time. Eventually, the case was filed away as an unsolved mystery. The building management renovated the 13th floor and started renting the apartments. Normal people live there now, with no idea what happened in those units. The mailbox still says 13C sometimes, when I look at it in just the right light, but mostly it looks like 14C now. I think about Elizabeth often, about whether I did the right thing. She wanted to be free, but freedom cost her life. The others didn't choose to die, but they also didn't choose to live in a loop forever. I made a decision that affected all of them, and I'll carry that weight for the rest of my life. Sometimes, late at night, I take the elevator up to the 13th floor. It's completely normal now, just another floor in the building. But occasionally, I'll hear echoes. The faint sound of big band music from 13A. The smell of tea from 13C. A glimpse of movement in 13F that disappears when I look directly at it. Ghosts, maybe. Or just memories. Or perhaps small fragments of time that didn't quite stabilize. Little pockets of the past still bleeding through. I found Albert Crane's journal in the device closet. He documented his experiments, his theories, his growing obsession with controlling time. The last entry, dated the day of the disaster in 1929, said, "Today, I will transcend time itself. Tomorrow, I will be a god." He wasn't a god. He was just a man who played with forces he didn't understand and trapped dozens of people in a temporal prison for a century. I gave the journal to the physics professor. He read it and said it was brilliant and insane in equal measure. He said Crane had been close to something real, but he'd made critical errors that turned his time machine into a time trap. The professor asked if he could study the device. I said it had been removed by the city, which was a lie. I destroyed it myself, smashed every component, and scattered the pieces. The world doesn't need time machines. We have enough trouble living in the present without trying to escape to the past. I still live in the building. I probably should have moved out, but somehow I feel like I need to stay. Like I'm keeping watch over something, making sure the loop doesn't start again. Sometimes I see people in the elevator who look out of place, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, and I wonder if there are other pockets of time in the building, other floors that exist in other decades. But I don't investigate. Learned my lesson. The 13th floor is just a floor now. Apartments 13A through 13F, house. Normal people, living normal lives in normal time. But I remember what it was. I remember Dorothy and Harold and Michael and Susan and James. And I remember Elizabeth, who chose death over an eternal loop, who wanted to be free, even if freedom meant the end. Every year on the anniversary of the day I flipped the switch, I go up to the 13th floor and leave flowers outside of apartment 13F. I don't know if anyone notices or cares, but I do it anyway, for Elizabeth, for all of them. A small memorial to the people who lived outside of time, who were trapped by one man's ambition and freed by one woman's courage. The Riverside Apartments has a 13th floor now. It exists in real time, in the present, in the normal flow of cause and effect. But for a little while, it existed somewhere else, somewhen else, and the people who lived there deserve to be remembered. Even if I'm the only one who remembers. Even if the world thinks they were never there at all. Story 5. This whole thing started because of a wrong number. 3 years ago, I got a text from someone asking if I could cover their shift at the diner on Thursday. I replied saying they had the wrong number. They apologized, and that should have been the end of it. But then, 2 weeks later, I got another text from a different number asking if I was still selling the truck. Again, wrong number. Then someone called asking about guitar lessons. Then someone else texted about borrowing my ladder. After the 5th or 6th wrong contact, I started noticing a pattern. Every single one of these people mentioned the same town, Millfield, Montana, a place I'd never been to, never even heard of. I looked it up. Population 847, 3 hours north of anywhere significant, the kind of small town that exists mostly as a dot on a map. I figured it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe my phone number was similar to someone else's in that area. Then I got a Facebook friend request from someone named Sarah Mitchell. Her profile said she lived in Millfield. I accepted out of curiosity, and she immediately messaged me thanking me for helping her cousin move last month and asking if I'd be at the potluck on Saturday. I told her she had me confused with someone else. She sent back a laughing emoji and said, "Nice try, but everyone saw you there." I was confused, but I figured it was a case of mistaken identity. I let it go. But the messages kept coming. People from Millfield adding me on social media, texting me, calling me. They all seemed to know me. They referenced things I'd supposedly done. Helped fix someone's roof, donated to the school fundraiser, won the chili cook-off at the county fair, played guitar at the local bar. None of it was true. I'd never been to Montana, let alone to Millfield. I started responding to these messages, politely explaining that I wasn't who they thought I was, that I'd never been to their town. Most people apologized and seemed confused, but some insisted they'd seen me, talked to me, spent time with me. One woman sent me a photo from what she said that was the 4th of July barbecue, and in the crowd of people, there was someone who looked exactly like me. Same face, same build, same hair. But it wasn't me. I was in Florida that 4th of July. I had photos to prove it. I showed the picture to my friends. They all agreed the person looked like me, like a twin or doppelganger. I'm an only child, and my parents confirmed I definitely didn't have a long-lost twin. The whole thing was bizarre and unsettling. Someone who looked exactly like me was apparently living in Millfield, Montana, using what must be a similar phone number, and living a completely different life. I decided I needed to figure out what was going on. I tried to find this person online, but searching for my own name plus Millfield didn't bring up anything useful. The town was so small, it barely had an internet presence. I called the local sheriff's office and tried to explain the situation. The dispatcher said, "Oh, you mean the other you?" "Yeah, folks have been talking about that. Pretty weird." Then she told me if I wanted to file a report about identity theft or something, I'd need to come in person. So I did something probably stupid. I took time off work, bought a plane ticket to Montana, rented a car, and drove 3 hours to Millfield. I needed to see this person, to understand what was happening. Was someone impersonating me? Did I actually have a doppelganger? Was this some elaborate prank? I arrived in Millfield on a Tuesday afternoon in September. The town was exactly what I expected. One main street with a diner, a general store, a post office, a bar, a church, and not much else. Mountains in the distance, fields all around. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone. I parked on Main Street and sat in my car for a minute, trying to figure out my next move. Before I could decide, someone knocked on my window. An older man, maybe 70, wearing overalls and a friendly smile. I rolled down the window and he said, "Didn't expect to see you back so soon. Thought you were heading to Billings for the week." I told him I think he had me confused with someone else. He looked puzzled and said, "You're messing with me, right? You were just here yesterday." Yesterday. This other me had been here yesterday. I asked the man where or rather the other me, lived. He gave me directions to a small house on Elm Street, seemed confused about why I was asking, and walked away shaking his head. I drove to Elm Street, found the house. It was a small, well-maintained place, with a blue truck in the driveway and a garden in the front yard. I sat outside for 20 minutes, trying to decide what to do. Finally, I walked up to the door and knocked. No answer. I tried the door. Unlocked. Small town, I guess. I called out, announced myself, and walked in. The house was lived in. Comfortable. There were photos on the walls, and I was in all of them. Except I wasn't. The person in the photos looked exactly like me, but was doing things I'd never done. Hiking in mountains I'd never visited. Standing with people I'd never met. Holding a guitar I'd never owned. It was like looking at photos from an alternate version of my life. On the kitchen table was a wallet. I opened it. Inside was a driver's license with my exact face, but the name was slightly different. "My name is James Parker." The license said Jamie Parker. Same birthday, similar name, identical face. I felt like I was going crazy. I heard a truck pull up outside. I panicked and went out the back door, jumped the fence into the neighboring yard, and circled back to my rental car. From there, I watched as someone got out of the blue truck and went into the house. It was like looking in a mirror. Same height, same build, same face, same everything. But it wasn't me. It was Jamie Parker, living my face in a town I'd never heard of. I sat in my car, shaking, trying to process what I'd just seen. Before I could decide what to do next, someone tapped on my window again. A woman this time, maybe 40, with a concerned expression. I rolled down the window and she said, "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Then she looked at me more closely and said, "Wait, why are you out here? I just saw you go into your house a minute ago." I didn't know what to say. She kept looking between me and the house, and I could see her trying to work it out. Finally, she said, "This is about the twin thing, isn't it? You found him." I asked what she meant. She said that Jamie had mentioned once, months ago, that he'd gotten some messages from people asking about things he hadn't done, and he'd joked about maybe having a twin somewhere. Nobody took it seriously, but now here I was. Her name was Carol, and she'd lived next door to Jamie for 5 years. She invited me to her house to talk. I followed her inside, and she made coffee while I tried to explain the situation. I told her about the wrong numbers, the messages, the photos, finding out about Millfield, and finally coming here and seeing Jamie. She listened quietly, and then said, "So you're the real James Parker, and Jamie is what exactly?" I didn't have an answer. Carol suggested I talk to Jamie directly, that running away wasn't going to solve anything. She was right. She called Jamie and told him to come over, that there was someone he needed to meet. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on Carol's door, and I came face to face with myself. Jamie stood in the doorway, looking at me with the same shock I felt. We just stared at each other for a solid minute. Finally, he said, "Well, this is weird." I agreed. We sat down in Carol's living room across from each other and tried to figure out what was happening. Jamie's story was strange. He'd moved to Millfield 5 years ago from nowhere in particular. He didn't have memories of his life before Millfield. He'd just appeared in town one day, found the house on Elm Street empty and for sale, bought it, and started living there. He had identification, a social security number, a bank account, all the paperwork you need to exist. But he didn't remember getting any of it. The earliest thing he remembered was waking up in Millfield 5 years ago, with a full life already in place. He'd never questioned it too much. It felt normal to him. He had skills, knew how to play guitar, how to fix things, how to cook. He had money in his bank account. People in town accepted him like he'd always been there. It was only in the last year that he'd started getting messages clearly meant for someone else. Someone with his face living a different life. We compared details. Same birthday, same blood type, same weird scar on our left knee from an accident we both remembered, but that happened in different places. We had the same mannerisms, same way of speaking, same taste in food. But our lives were completely different. I'd grown up in Ohio, gone to college in Florida, worked in marketing. Jamie had no memory of any of that. He just existed in Millfield, working odd jobs, playing music, living a quiet life. Carol asked the obvious question. "Are you twins separated at birth?" We both said no. I knew my parents, my family history. I was definitely an only child. Jamie didn't have parents or family, at least none he remembered. He was just Jamie, appearing fully formed in Millfield 5 years ago. We talked for hours, tried to find logical explanations. Identity theft didn't make sense because Jamie wasn't using my identity. He had his own. Coincidence didn't explain the identical appearance. The more we talked, the more impossible it seemed, but we were both sitting there looking at each other, so it had to be real. Eventually, Jamie asked me what I wanted to do. Did I want him to leave town, change his appearance, stop existing? I told him I didn't know. I'd come here looking for answers, but I'd found more questions. He said, "Look, I know this is weird, but this is my life. I don't remember having another one. These people are my friends. This town is my home. I'm not trying to steal your identity or hurt you. I'm just trying to live." I understood. And honestly, what could I do? Call the police? Report myself for identity fraud? It was absurd. I told Jamie I didn't want to ruin his life. I just wanted to understand what was happening. He said he'd been wondering the same thing for a year. I stayed in Millfield for 3 days. Jamie let me stay in his guest room, which was surreal. Sleeping in my own face's house. We spent the time talking, comparing memories, trying to find connections. We met with people in town who knew Jamie. They were all shocked to see 2 of us, but they rolled with it. Small town people are adaptable like that. On the second day, an old woman named Margaret invited us both to her house. She was 90-something, had lived in Millfield her entire life. She looked at us sitting side by side on her couch and said, "This happened before." I asked what she meant. She said back in 1952, there were 2 identical men in town for about a week. They looked exactly alike, same way we did. One of them lived in Millfield, worked at the lumber mill. The other one showed up from out of town, looking for answers. They figured out they were connected somehow, but Margaret never knew the details. Eventually, the one from out of town left, and the local one stayed. Life went on. This shook both of us. It meant this wasn't unique, wasn't random. Whatever was happening had happened before. Margaret said she remembered other stories too, from older folks who'd since passed. Tales of doubles, of people who existed in two places at once, of Millfield being special somehow. She said the town sat at a strange intersection of ley lines, at least according to her grandmother, who'd believed in such things. Margaret herself didn't know if that meant anything, but she knew Millfield had always been a little odd. I started researching the town's history. Millfield was founded in 1889 by settlers who claimed the land felt different, felt charged. There were old journals in the town library written by the founders describing strange occurrences, people seeing doubles of themselves, time seeming to slip, dreams that felt more real than waking life. Most of it was dismissed as frontier superstition, but reading it all together, it painted a picture of a town that existed slightly outside normal reality. Jamie and I formed a theory. We thought maybe Millfield existed at some kind of junction point where parallel realities intersected, that I existed in one reality, living my life in Florida, and Jamie existed in another, living his life in Millfield. But somehow, because of whatever made Millfield special, we'd become aware of each other. Our realities had bled together just enough for phone calls and messages to cross over, and eventually for me to physically come here and meet my parallel self. It was insane. It was impossible. But it was the only explanation that fit. We were the same person from different timelines or dimensions or whatever you wanted to call them, and Millfield was the place where those lines crossed. On my last day in town, Jamie and I drove up to the mountains, found a quiet spot, and just sat there, looking at the view. He asked me what I was going to do with this information. I said I didn't know. Go back to my life, I guess. Try to process it. He asked if I was going to tell people. I said probably not. Who would believe me? He nodded and said he wasn't going to tell anyone either. Just seemed easier to let people think we were twins who'd found each other. We talked about our lives. I told him about my job, my friends, my apartment in Tampa. He told me about playing music at the bar every Friday, about fixing old cars, about the woman he was, kind of seeing, but hadn't officially asked out yet. Our lives were so different, but we understood each other in a way I'd never understood anyone else. Because we were each other, just shaped by different choices and circumstances. Before I left, Jamie gave me a guitar pick. He said, "In case you want to learn. I don't know why, but this is something you should do." I gave him a business card from a marketing conference I'd attended. I said, "In case you ever want to leave Millfield, you'd be good at this." We both knew we'd probably never use these things, but it felt important to exchange them. I drove back to the airport, flew home to Florida, and returned to my normal life. But I kept in touch with Jamie. We texted regularly, compared notes on our lives, joked about being each other's interdimensional twin. The people of Millfield accepted the story that we were long-lost brothers who'd found each other. Some of them probably suspected the truth was stranger, but nobody pushed. Over the next 3 years, my life and Jamie's life stayed separate, but connected. I'd get texts from Millfield residents meant for him, and I'd forward them. He'd get messages meant for me, and he'd do the same. We had a system, and slowly, weirdly, our lives started to influence each other. I took up guitar, started with lessons, got pretty decent. Jamie started learning about marketing, took some online courses. I visited Millfield twice more, spent time with the people there who'd become my friends too, in a weird way. Jamie came to Tampa once, met my friends, saw my world. It was disorienting for everyone, seeing two of us, but we explained it as twin brothers making up for lost time. The strange thing is, the more time we spent aware of each other, the more our lives started to converge. I found myself making choices that Jamie would make. He found himself thinking like I would think. We started having the same dreams sometimes. We'd text each other in the morning and realize we'd dreamed about the same place, the same people, the same events. Margaret's theory was that we were synchronizing, that by acknowledging each other's existence, we were pulling our parallel realities closer together. She said maybe that's what happened with the doubles in 1952. They'd become aware of each other, and their realities had merged, leaving only one version behind. I asked if that meant one of us would disappear. She said she didn't know. The stories weren't clear on that, but she suggested that maybe we weren't meant to be two separate people. Maybe the universe was trying to correct an error, to collapse our parallel existences into one. That scared both of us. Neither of us wanted to stop existing, but we couldn't ignore what was happening. The synchronization was getting stronger. We'd finish each other's sentences when we talked on the phone. We'd have the same thoughts at the same time. People started commenting that we were more than just identical. We were like one person in two bodies. Last month, Jamie called me late at night. He said, "I think I'm fading." I asked what he meant. He said he'd looked in the mirror that morning and hadn't seen his reflection right away. It had taken a second to appear. People in town had started walking past him without noticing him sometimes. He felt less solid, less real. He was scared. I told him to come to Tampa, to stay with me for a while. He did. Having him in my apartment was like having a mirror that moved independently. We looked exactly alike, sounded exactly alike, thought exactly alike. My friends couldn't tell us apart. We started answering to both names interchangeably. One morning, I woke up, and Jamie was sitting on the couch, looking at his hands. They were slightly transparent. I could see through them to the couch beneath. He looked at me and said, "I think this is it. I think I'm merging into you. Or you're merging into me. Or we're merging into something else." I sat with him, and we talked about what this meant. If we merged, what would be left? Would I remember being Jamie? Would he remember being me? Would we be a new person entirely? Or would one of us dominate? We didn't have answers. Jamie said, "I don't want to stop existing, but I also don't want to fight this. It feels inevitable, like this was always going to happen." I said I felt the same way. Scared, but also like we were moving towards something that was supposed to be. Over the next week, Jamie became more and more transparent. He could still talk, still move, still think, but he was fading from reality. And as he faded, I started remembering his life. I remembered moving to Millfield, playing guitar at the bar, fixing Carol's roof, winning the chili cook-off. His memories were becoming mine. On the 7th day, Jamie looked at me and said, "I think this is goodbye. I can barely hold myself together. I'm more you than me now." I held his hand, which I could barely feel. I told him he wasn't disappearing, he was coming home. We'd always been the same person, just split somehow, and now we were becoming whole. He smiled, said, "Take care of our life." And then he was gone. Not dead, not disappeared, just integrated. I sat there in my empty apartment, feeling more complete than I ever had. I had 2 sets of memories now, 2 histories, 2 lives worth of experiences all in one mind. I still live in Tampa, but I visit Millfield regularly. The people there see me as Jamie, who used to also be James. Or James, who used to also be Jamie. They don't fully understand it, but they accept it. I play guitar at the bar on Friday nights when I'm in town. I work in marketing during the week in Tampa. I'm living both lives now, merged into one person. Margaret says I'm what's supposed to be. That Jamie and I were a glitch. A person accidentally split across realities, and the universe corrected itself by putting us back together. I don't know if that's true, but I know I'm more complete now. I have Twice the memories. Twice the skills. Twice the friendships. Sometimes I wonder if there are other versions of me out there, in other towns, living other lives. Sometimes I get messages clearly meant for someone else, from places I've never been. I wonder if somewhere there's another me getting ready to discover the truth, getting ready to start the journey I started 3 years ago. If that's you, if you're reading this and strange things are happening, if people are contacting you about a life you haven't lived, if there's a town somewhere with someone who has your face, my advice is this: don't be afraid. Go find them. Meet yourself. Learn about the life you could have lived. And if you start to merge, don't fight it. You're not losing yourself. You're becoming whole. I'm James Parker. I'm also Jamie Parker. I'm a marketing professional who plays guitar. I live in Tampa and in Millfield. I have one life spread across 2 places, 2 histories combined into one story. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Being split was lonely in a way I didn't understand until I was whole again. Now I'm complete, and every day I'm grateful for the wrong number that started this journey, for the small town in Montana that made it possible, and for the other me who became part of me. If you ever pass through Millfield, Montana, stop by the bar on Friday night. I might be there, playing guitar, living the life that both of me built. And if you see yourself somewhere you shouldn't be, don't run. That's not a stranger. That's you, trying to find your way home. Story 6. When my grandmother died at 96, I inherited her house in rural Vermont. I'd visited it maybe a dozen times growing up, always in the summer, always for a week or 2. It was a beautiful old farmhouse on 40 acres of land, surrounded by forest, with the nearest neighbor half a mile away. My grandmother had lived there alone since my grandfather died in 1987, and she'd been adamant about staying there until the end. The lawyer handling the estate called me and said the house was mine, along with everything in it. But there was a condition. My grandmother had left a sealed letter with instructions that I had to read before entering the house, and I had to follow those instructions exactly. The lawyer said he had no idea what was in the letter, but my grandmother had been very clear that if I didn't follow the instructions, I should sell the house without ever going inside. That seems strange, but my grandmother had always been a bit eccentric, so I figured it was just her way of making sure I respected her home. I drove up to Vermont on a cold November day, met with the lawyer, and received the keys and the letter. I sat in my car outside the farmhouse and opened the envelope. The letter was written in my grandmother's careful handwriting, and it was long, very long. I'm going to summarize the main points here because the full thing was 12 pages. She started by saying she loved me and was sorry for the burden she was about to place on me, but it was necessary. Then she laid out the instructions. First, I could only enter the house during daylight hours for the first month. Never after sunset, never before sunrise. Second, I had to enter through the front door only, and I had to knock 3 times and say, "I'm home," before entering, even though the house was empty. Third, I was not to open any of the locked rooms until I'd read the journals she left for me in the study. Fourth, I was to feed the cats every day at exactly 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Fifth, under no circumstances was I to acknowledge the woman in the garden. Sixth, if I heard my name called from the basement, I was not to answer. Seventh, I had to burn a specific herb bundle she'd left on the mantel every evening at sunset. The list went on. 23 rules in total, each one more bizarre than the last. Don't move the mirror in the upstairs hallway. Don't eat any food found in the refrigerator. Don't respond if someone knocks on the door between midnight and 3 a.m. Keep the rocking chair in the living room moving at all times. Never let the fire in the fireplace go completely out between November and March. At the end of the letter, she wrote, "I know this seems insane. I know you'll be tempted to ignore these rules. Please don't. I've lived in this house for 60 years following these rules, and they've kept me safe. They'll keep you safe too. If you can't commit to following them, sell the house and walk away. Don't try to be brave. Don't try to rationalize. Just follow the rules or leave. I love you. Be careful. I sat in my car for a long time, reading and rereading the letter. My first instinct was to think my grandmother had lost her mind in her final years, but she'd been sharp as a tack when I'd visited her 6 months before she died. We'd had long conversations about politics, books, family history. She hadn't seemed confused or delusional, and the lawyer had confirmed that her will was legally sound, and she'd been deemed competent when she wrote it. I looked at the house. It was beautiful in the fading afternoon light. 2 stories of white clapboard with black shutters, a wraparound porch, a red door. It looked perfectly normal, safe, welcoming. I decided I'd follow the rules, at least at first. Worst case scenario, they were the quirks of an old woman, and nothing would happen. Best case scenario, there was actually a reason for them, and following them would keep me safe from whatever my grandmother thought was dangerous. I approached the front door. It was 3 p.m., well within daylight hours. I knocked 3 times and said, "I'm home." I felt ridiculous. Then I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The house smelled like my grandmother, lavender and old books, and something else I couldn't quite place. The furniture was all there, covered in sheets. Everything was clean and orderly. I walked through the first floor, pulling sheets off, furniture, opening curtains, letting light in. It felt empty in the way all houses feel empty after someone dies. Sad, but not scary. I found the study and the journals my grandmother had mentioned. There were dozens of them. Leather-bound notebooks dated from 1963 to 2004. I took the earliest one and sat in my grandmother's reading chair. The first entry was from June 1963, right after she and my grandfather had moved into the house. She wrote, "We bought the most beautiful house today. Henry is thrilled. I'm nervous. The previous owner, Mrs. Chen, gave me a list of rules for living here. She said the house has quirks, and we need to respect them." Henry laughed it off, but something in Mrs. Chen's eyes made me take the list seriously. I'm going to follow her rules, at least until I understand what they're for. So the rules weren't my grandmother's invention. They'd been passed down from the previous owner. I kept reading. My grandmother documented her first weeks in the house, following the rules carefully, knocking before entering, feeding the cats that came with the house, burning the herbs, avoiding the basement. She wrote about her confusion, her skepticism, but also about small incidents that made her think the rules mattered. One entry from July 1963 said, "Henry refused to knock before entering today. Said it was silly. This is our house. We don't need permission. He walked right in without knocking. That night, he woke up screaming from a nightmare so vivid he couldn't shake it for days. He dreamed the house was trying to digest him, walls closing in, floor opening up. He's knocked before entering every day since." Another entry from August 1963. "I saw the woman in the garden today. She was tending the roses, wearing a white dress. I almost called out to her, thinking she was a neighbor. Then I remembered the rule. Don't acknowledge her. I went inside and watched from the window. She stayed for an hour, moving between the flowers, and then she just faded away. Literally faded, like she was made of mist. I'm glad I didn't speak to her. I read through the journals chronologically. My grandmother documented 60 years of living with the rules. She wrote about the times she'd broken them accidentally, and the consequences. The time she let the fire go out in January, and the pipes froze in impossible ways. Ice forming inside the walls in patterns that looked like reaching hands. The time my grandfather opened one of the locked rooms before reading the warnings. and found himself lost inside a closet-sized space. For 3 hours, even though my grandmother could see him the whole time, standing frozen in the doorway. She also wrote about learning to coexist with whatever made the rules necessary. The cats that never aged, and always numbered exactly 3. The woman in the garden who appeared every few weeks and maintained the roses better than any human could. The voice from the basement that called her name, but never said anything else. The knocking between midnight and 3 a.m. that she learned to ignore. My grandmother believed the house existed partially in another place, another layer of reality. She thought it was a thin spot where the boundary between our world and somewhere else was permeable. The rules, she believed, were a way of maintaining the boundary, of keeping the two realities separate enough to be safe. Break the rules, and the boundary weakened. Follow the rules, and you could live here peacefully. I spent my first week reading the journals during the day and leaving before sunset. I got a hotel room in the nearest town and drove back each morning. On the 8th day, I felt ready to stay overnight. I brought supplies, food, firewood, the herb bundle from the mantel. I set up in the bedroom my grandmother had marked as safe in her notes. That first night, I followed every rule precisely. I fed the cats at 6 p.m. exactly. They appeared from nowhere, 3 of them, ate the food I put out, and disappeared. I burned the herb bundle at sunset. It smelled like sage and something sharper, something I didn't recognize. I kept the fire going in the fireplace and the rocking chair moving. I was in bed by 9 p.m., exhausted from the stress of remembering all the rules. At 12:30 a.m., someone knocked on the front door. 3 sharp raps. I lay in bed, frozen, remembering the rule. Don't respond to knocks between midnight and 3 a.m. The knocking came again. Then a voice, friendly and familiar, calling my name. It sounded like my grandfather, who died when I was 5. The voice said, "Let me in. I forgot my keys." I almost got up, almost went to the door. But I remembered my grandmother's journal entry about the knocking. She'd written that the voice would sound like someone you loved, someone you trusted. But it wasn't them. It was something else, wearing their voice like a mask. I stayed in bed. The knocking continued for 20 minutes, the voice getting more insistent, more frustrated. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I examined the front door. There were scratches on it, deep gouges in the wood that hadn't been there the day before. Whatever had been knocking had also been clawing at the door, trying to get in. I called the lawyer and asked if he knew anything about the house's history. He said only that it had been in continuous occupation since it was built in 1887, always passed down with specific conditions, always with tenants who agreed to certain terms. He didn't know what those terms were, just that they existed. I asked if anyone had ever broken the rules and what happened. He was quiet for a moment, then said there was a gap in occupancy from 1923 to 1925. The house had been empty during those years. Before that, a family named Morrison had lived there. They'd all disappeared one night. No bodies, no signs of struggle, just gone. That evening, I saw the woman in the garden. I was looking out the kitchen window. And there she was, in a white dress, tending to roses that shouldn't have been blooming in November. She was beautiful in an odd way. Her movements graceful but slightly wrong, like watching someone in a film played at the wrong speed. I remembered the rule. Don't acknowledge her. I looked away and busied myself with dinner. When I looked back 10 minutes later, she was standing closer to the house, looking directly at the window where I stood. We made eye contact, and I saw her mouth move, forming words I couldn't hear. Every instinct screamed at me to respond, to ask if she needed help, to find out who she was. But I turned away and left the room. When I checked again later, she was gone. I started settling into a routine. The rules became second nature. Feed the cats at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Burn the herbs at sunset. Keep the fire going, and keep the rocker rocking. Don't open locked doors. Don't acknowledge the garden woman. Don't answer the basement voice. Don't respond to midnight knocking. It was like learning a complicated dance. And once I had the steps down, it felt almost normal. The house provided in strange ways. The refrigerator would be empty when I checked it in the morning, but by evening there would be food in it. Never anything I recognized buying, but always exactly what I needed. The rule said not to eat it, so I didn't. But I wondered who it was for. The cats, maybe, or whatever else lived in the house alongside me. I explored the unlocked rooms carefully. Found my grandmother's life preserved in objects and photographs. Her bedroom, left exactly as she'd kept it. My grandfather's study, untouched since his death. Guest rooms that smelled of dust and time. Everything was normal, mundane, until I noticed the details. Clocks that ran backwards for exactly 1 hour every night at 3 a.m. Mirrors that showed the room behind me slightly different than it actually was. Shadows that didn't quite match the objects casting them. One night, about a month into living there, I heard my name called from the basement. The voice was mine. My exact voice, calling my own name from below the house. I sat very still, fighting the urge to investigate. The calling continued for an hour, my voice growing more desperate, more panicked. It sounded like I was trapped down there, hurt, needing help. But the rule was clear. Don't answer. Don't acknowledge. Don't go down there. The next morning, I examined the basement door. It was locked. Had always been locked. My grandmother's journal said my grandfather had gone down there once, in 1964. He'd heard his wife calling from below and gone to rescue her, even though she was standing right next to him telling him not to go. He'd opened the door and descended the stairs. My grandmother said he was gone for 3 days. When he came back up, he'd aged a decade and refused to ever speak about what happened down there. In the journal, my grandmother had written, "Henry is different now. Still my husband. Still himself. But there's something in his eyes that wasn't there before. A knowledge of something he won't share. I've locked the basement door and hidden the key. Neither of us will ever go down there again." I found the key in my grandmother's jewelry box. A small iron key that looked old, older than the house. I held it in my hand and thought about opening that door, seeing what was down there. But my grandfather's decade of aging in 3 days convinced me to put the key back. Some doors are locked for good reason. Winter came, and the rules became more important. The fire couldn't go out, or the cold would seep into the house in unnatural ways. Ice forming on the inside of windows, frost patterns that looked like faces, temperatures dropping so fast you could see your breath fog and freeze into tiny crystals. I tended the fire obsessively, waking up twice a night to add logs, never letting it die to embers. The woman in the garden appeared more frequently in winter. Sometimes she'd be standing in snow that didn't fall anywhere else, just a circle of winter around her, while the rest of the yard was clear. Sometimes she'd be covered in ice, frost coating her white dress and hair, but still moving, still tending plants that shouldn't exist. I never acknowledged her, never spoke to her, never made eye contact for more than a second. One evening, I was reading in the living room when the rocking chair stopped moving. I'd gotten up for coffee and forgotten to restart it. The moment it stopped, the temperature in the room dropped 30 degrees. The lights flickered. I heard footsteps upstairs, heavy and slow, moving through rooms. I lunged for the rocking chair and set it moving again. Immediately the temperature normalized. The lights steadied. The footsteps stopped. I never let the chair stop again. I started understanding what my grandmother meant about coexisting with the house. It wasn't haunted in the traditional sense. It was occupied. There were others here, beings, or entities, or whatever you wanted to call them, living in the spaces between normal reality. The rules weren't about appeasing them, or protecting myself from them. The rules were about maintaining boundaries, about keeping our spaces separate. Follow the rules, and we could share the house peacefully. Break them, and the boundaries dissolved. 6 months in, I'd read all of my grandmother's journals. The last entry was from a week before she died. She wrote, "I'm tired. I've followed the rules for 60 years, and they've kept me safe, but I'm ready to rest. I'm leaving the house to my grandchild because they're strong enough to handle this, smart enough to respect what they don't understand. The house needs a caretaker, and they'll do well here. And tell them I'm sorry for the burden, but also tell them it's not just a burden. This house is special. The things that live here are not evil, just different. Respect the boundaries, and they'll respect you. This is a partnership, not a haunting." I cried, reading that last entry, understanding that my grandmother had carried this responsibility alone after my grandfather died, that she'd protected this strange place and the beings that inhabited it for decades, never able to fully explain to anyone why the rules mattered, just insisting they be followed. I decided to stay, to become the next caretaker of this impossible house. I learned the rhythms of the place, when the cats would appear, when the woman walked the garden, when the basement voice would call, when the knocking would come. I learned to anticipate the house's needs, to maintain the boundaries without thinking about it. I also learned the house gave back. My writing, which I did freelance for income, became easier here. Ideas flowed in ways they never had before. I'd sit at my grandmother's desk, and words would pour out, stories and articles that were better than anything I'd written before. The house was inspiring me, or something in the house was, sharing creativity across the boundary. The cats became my companions. They'd appear during feeding times and sometimes stay for hours, curling up near the fire, purring in frequencies that felt like they resonated in my bones. They were warm and solid when they chose to be, but sometimes I'd see through them, see the floor beneath their translucent bodies. They existed in both states, both real and not real, and they were comfortable with that contradiction in a way I was learning to be. One spring morning, I was having coffee on the porch when a car pulled up. A young woman got out, looked at the house with a mixture of familiarity and fear. She walked up to the porch and said, "I used to visit my great-aunt here when I was a kid." "Is this your house now?" I said yes. She asked if the rules were still in effect. I said yes. She smiled sadly and said, "Good. Aunt Chen always said this place was important, that it needed to be protected. I'm glad someone's still doing that." She was the great-niece of Mrs. Chen, the woman who'd sold the house to my grandparents in 1963. We talked for an hour. She told me her great-aunt had bought the house in 1939 and lived there until 1963, following rules that had been passed down from the previous owner. Before that, the rules went back to the Morrison family, and before them to the original builder. The house had always had rules, had always required a caretaker who would respect them. She told me her great-aunt believed the house was built on a door, a threshold between worlds, and the original builder had known this and created the rules to keep the door from opening too wide. The house existed in both worlds at once, and the rules maintained the balance. The caretaker's job was to live at the threshold, to be the gatekeeper who kept both sides safe from each other. Before she left, she gave me a small leather-bound book. She said it was her great-aunt's journal, the one she'd kept while living here. She said, thought I might want to read it, to understand the longer history. I thanked her and added it to my collection. I've been here for 2 years now. The rules are part of my life, as natural as breathing. I feed the cats at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. I burn the herbs at sunset. I keep the fire burning through winter. I keep the rocking chair moving. I knock before entering my own home. I don't acknowledge the woman in the garden, though I've grown fond of her in a distant way. She keeps the roses beautiful, and sometimes I leave her fresh soil or new plants, careful not to hand them to her directly, just leaving them where she'll find them. The basement still calls my name sometimes, but I've stopped being tempted to answer. The knocking still comes between midnight and 3 a.m., wearing voices of people I love, but I've learned to pull the pillow over my head and wait it out. The food still appears in the refrigerator, and I've learned it's for the others who live here, the ones I can't see but who share this space. I understand now what my grandmother meant. This isn't a burden. It's a privilege. I'm living at the edge of two realities, keeping the peace between them. I'm protecting something ancient and strange and beautiful. And in return, the house protects me. I feel safer here than I ever felt in the city. More grounded, more purposeful. Sometimes I think about the future, about who I'll leave the house to when it's my time. I'll write my own journals, add my experiences to the collection. I'll leave instructions just like my grandmother did, hoping the next caretaker will be wise enough to follow them. The house on 40 acres in rural Vermont is mine now. Mine and theirs, whoever they are on the other side of the boundary. We share this space, these walls, this strange existence. And as long as I follow the rules, we all live in peace. The rocking chair is moving. The fire is burning. The cats are fed. The herbs are smoking. The woman tends her garden. The basement keeps its secrets. The knocking goes unanswered. And I am home, in the truest sense of the word, living at the threshold of two worlds, keeping the door closed, but not locked, maintaining the beautiful, terrible balance that makes this place possible. My grandmother would be proud. Story 7. I got hired as a maintenance worker at the Silver Peak Resort in Colorado last spring. The pay was decent, the location was beautiful, and the job seemed straightforward. Basic maintenance stuff. Fixing toilets, changing light bulbs, mowing lawns, painting fences. The resort was one of those upscale mountain getaways that charged a fortune for people to pretend they were roughing it while staying in luxury cabins with hot tubs and Wi-Fi. During my interview, the manager, a woman named Patricia, who looked perpetually exhausted, asked me one question that seemed odd. She said, "Are you okay working alone?" I said sure. I'd worked solo maintenance jobs before. She nodded and said, "Good, because you'll be the only person here after 5 p.m. I asked about guests, and she said the resort didn't allow overnight stays. Day visits only. People could come enjoy the facilities from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., but everyone had to be off the property by sunset. I thought it was a weird business model, but Patricia explained it was a liability thing, something about insurance and mountain weather and guest safety. I didn't question it. I needed the job. She hired me on the spot and told me to start Monday. The first week was normal. I showed up at 6 a.m., did my rounds, fixed whatever needed fixing. Guests would arrive around 8 and leave by late afternoon. By 5 p.m., the place was empty. Patricia and the other daytime staff would leave, and I'd have 2 hours to finish any work that was easier to do without guests around. My shift officially ended at 7 p.m., and I was supposed to be off the property by then. The resort was gorgeous. 20 cabins scattered across 50 acres of mountainside, a main lodge with a restaurant and bar, hiking trails, a small lake, and views that belonged on postcards. During the day, it was paradise. But as the sun started setting and shadows crept down the mountain, the place felt different, heavier, like the air itself was waiting for something. On my 8th day, I was running behind. A pipe had burst in cabin 12, and I'd spent hours fixing it. By the time I finished, it was 6:45. I had 15 minutes to get to my truck and leave. I packed up my tools and started walking back to the main lodge where I'd parked. That's when I realized I'd left my phone in cabin 7 from earlier in the day. I stood there debating. It was 6:50. I could make it to cabin 7 and back in 10 minutes if I ran. Or I could leave the phone and get it tomorrow. Something told me to leave it. But it was my phone, and I needed it. So I jogged over to cabin 7. I found my phone on the bathroom counter where I'd left it. 6:58. I'd made it with 2 minutes to spare. I ran out of the cabin and headed for my truck. That's when I heard the bell. There was an old bell mounted on the lodge, the kind they used to ring for dinner at summer camps. At exactly 7 p.m., it rang. 3 long, deep tones that echoed across the mountain. I'd never heard it before because I'd always been gone by 7, but now I was hearing it, and something about that sound made my skin crawl. I sprinted for my truck. The sun had set completely now, and the resort was dark except for the solar path lights that lined the walkways. As I ran, I noticed something. The lights were going out. Not all at once, but in sequence, like something was moving through the resort, extinguishing them one by one. The darkness was spreading, and it was spreading toward me. I reached my truck, fumbled with the keys, got the door open. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Heavy footsteps, multiple sets, moving in unison. I didn't look back. I started the engine and peeled out of the parking lot, spraying gravel. In my rearview mirror, I saw shapes moving near the lodge. Tall shapes, walking upright but moving wrong, their limbs bending at angles that didn't make sense. I drove home shaking, told myself I'd imagined it, that the darkness and my own fear had created monsters out of shadows, but I knew what I'd seen. Or at least, I knew I'd seen something. The next morning, Patricia was waiting for me when I arrived. She looked tired, more tired than usual. She said, "You stayed past 7 last night." I started to apologize, to explain about the phone, but she held up her hand. She said, "Did you see them?" I nodded. She sighed and said, "Come to my office. We need to talk." In her office, Patricia poured 2 cups of coffee and told me the truth about Silver Peak Resort. She said the property had been there since 1923. Originally a logging camp, then a ski lodge, then various iterations of tourist attractions. But it had always had the same problem. After dark, something came down from the mountain. Nobody knew what they were exactly. The old-timers called them the mountain folk. They looked almost human, Patricia said, but they weren't. They'd been there longer than any human settlement, and they had a claim to the land that preceded any deed or title. The 7 p.m. rule wasn't about liability. It was an agreement. The previous owner had worked it out decades ago, after too many incidents. People disappearing. People found the next morning with no memory of the night before. People who came back changed. Wrong. Not quite themselves anymore. The agreement was simple. Humans could use the land during daylight, but after sunset, the mountain folk had it. Everyone had to be gone by 7 p.m. when the bell rang. That bell was the signal, the boundary marker. I asked what happened if someone stayed past 7. Patricia said it depended. Sometimes nothing, if you were lucky and they didn't notice you. Sometimes you'd be escorted off the property, found wandering the access road with no memory of how you got there. Sometimes you wouldn't be found at all. And sometimes, she said quietly, you'd come back, but you wouldn't really be you anymore. Something would be wearing your skin, living your life, and everyone would know something was off, but couldn't quite put their finger on what. She told me about a guest who'd stayed past 7 5 years ago, hid in one of the cabins because he thought the rule was ridiculous and wanted to prove nothing would happen. They found him the next morning, sitting on the cabin porch, smiling. He seemed fine, acted normal, drove himself home. But his wife called 2 days later, frantic. She said her husband had come home, but it wasn't her husband. He looked right, Sounded right. But he didn't know things he should know. Didn't remember their anniversary. Called their dog by the wrong name. Ate foods he'd been allergic to his whole life with no reaction. She was terrified of the thing, living in her house wearing her husband's face. Patricia said they never found their real husband. The replacement lived that man's life for 3 months before it disappeared one night, and the house was empty in the morning. Just gone, like it had never been there. I asked why she didn't close the resort, sell the land, walk away. She laughed bitterly and said, "You can't sell it. The land remembers the agreement. Anyone who buys it learns the truth the hard way, and closing it doesn't help. The mountain folk don't care if we use the land or not. They just care that we're gone by 7. At least, this way we control it, enforce the rules, keep people safe." She made me promise I'd never stay past 7 again. I promised. She said if I ever got stuck, if I couldn't make it out in time, my best bet was to hide in one of the cabins, be absolutely silent, and wait until sunrise. Don't look out the windows. Don't make noise. Don't acknowledge them if they knock. Just wait it out. She said most people who stayed quiet survived the night, though they were never quite the same after. I kept working at the resort, but I was more careful about time. Always watching the clock. Always planning my work, so I'd be done by 6:30 at the latest. I started understanding the other weird rules Patricia had mentioned in passing. Don't work on the cabins on the north side after 4 p.m. Don't go near the old stone circle behind cabin 18. Don't follow the trails that aren't on the map. All of these rules were about maintaining boundaries, respecting the invisible lines between human space and whatever else shared the mountain. The guests never knew. They'd come enjoy their day, hike, swim in the lake, have lunch in the lodge, and leave by 5 thinking it was just a quirky policy. We never told them the truth. What would be the point? They were safe as long as they followed the schedule. But one day in July, we had a problem. A family with 2 kids arrived late, around 3 p.m. They wanted to do the full lake experience, which took at least 3 hours. Patricia tried to discourage them, said they'd be rushed, but they'd paid for a full day and insisted. She bent the rules and said they could stay until 6, but not a minute later. They agreed. At 5:45, the family was still out on the lake in one of the rental boats. Patricia was pacing, watching the clock. I volunteered to go get them. I took one of the motorboats and headed out. Found them at the far end of the lake, the kids fishing, the parents relaxed and happy. I told them we had to go immediately. The father got annoyed, said they'd paid good money and had until 6. I looked at the time. 5:52. I said we needed to go right now. No arguments. Something in my voice must have convinced him. They packed up, and we motored back to the dock. I got them to their car by 6:03. Patricia met them, apologized profusely, refunded half their day, and basically pushed them toward the exit. By 6:15, they were driving away, confused but safe. Patricia and I made it to the parking lot by 6:55. We sat in our vehicles as the bell rang at 7, and then we watched. From the safety of our cars, engines running, ready to leave if needed, we watched what emerged from the woods. They came from all directions. Tall figures, maybe 7 or 8 feet, walking on 2 legs, but moving with a grace that was almost liquid. They wore something that looked like clothing, but it shifted and changed, sometimes looking like animal hides, sometimes like moss and bark, sometimes like nothing I could describe. Their faces were the worst part, almost human, but with too many angles, features that shifted when you looked directly at them, eyes that reflected light like an animal's. There were dozens of them. They moved through the resort like they owned it, which I guess they did after 7 p.m. They went into the cabins, not breaking in but walking through doors that swung open for them. They gathered around the lake. Some of them seemed to be working on something, though I couldn't tell what. They moved with purpose, with intelligence, doing whatever it was they did when the humans were gone. Patricia and I didn't move. We barely breathed. After about 20 minutes, she started her engine and slowly, carefully drove toward the exit. I followed. The mountain folk didn't stop us, barely seemed to notice us. We made it to the access road and drove away, not speaking, not looking back. The next day, I asked Patricia how long this had been going on. She said as far as anyone knew, forever. The mountain folk had been here long before humans arrived. They'd been here when it was just wilderness, when the first Native American tribes came through, when settlers arrived, when the logging camps were built. They'd always been here, and they'd always had their claim to the night. She showed me old records from the property, reports from the 1920s of loggers seeing strange figures in the woods at night. Reports from the 1940s of ski lodge guests who'd stayed too late and were never seen again. Reports from every decade since of incidents, sightings, disappearances. And through it all, the same solution. Be gone by dark. Let them have the night. I found a journal in the resort's archives written by the original owner of the ski lodge in 1947. He'd tried to fight them at first. Hired armed guards, installed lights, tried to maintain human presence after dark. It didn't work. The guards quit after 2 nights, terrified. The lights failed no matter how much power they used, and the owner himself, after spending 1 night there, decided the agreement was the only way. He'd written, "They are not evil, but they are not human. They have their time and their space, and we have ours. Respect the boundary, or pay the price." I started researching the mountain itself, found old legends from the Ute tribes who'd lived in the area. They had stories about the mountain being a doorway, a place where the spirits could cross between worlds. They'd never built permanent settlements here, only came during the day for hunting and gathering, and always left before nightfall. They'd known about the mountain folk, or whatever they called them in their language, and they'd respected the boundary. Something about the mountain made the barrier between worlds thin. Maybe it was the altitude, maybe the mineral composition of the rocks, maybe something else entirely. But whatever the reason, this place was special, and the beings that came here at night were from somewhere else, somewhere that overlapped with our world, only in this specific location, only during the hours of darkness. I kept working at the resort for the whole summer. I learned the rhythms, the rules, the boundaries. I learned which cabins felt wrong even during the day, the ones the mountain folk seemed to prefer. I learned which trails twisted in ways that didn't match the map, leading to places that existed in both worlds. I learned to feel when it was getting too late, when the air started to change, and the shadows grew longer, and the mountains started belonging to something else. In August, a hiker went missing. He'd been on one of our trails and didn't come back. Search and rescue looked for him for 3 days. I knew where he was. He'd stayed on the mountain after dark, probably got lost, and the mountain folk had found him. On the 4th day, he walked out of the woods on his own. He seemed fine, said he'd gotten turned around and spent a few nights camping. But his family said he was different, quieter. He'd developed a fear of enclosed spaces and preferred to sleep outside. He'd stopped eating meat. His eyes reflected light sometimes, just for a second, like an animal's. I wondered how many people in the world were like that. People who'd crossed the boundary and come back changed. People who had 1 foot in our world and 1 foot in theirs. Walking among us, looking human, but not quite human anymore. In September, as the season wound down and tourist numbers dropped, Patricia told me the resort would close for winter. I asked what happened to the property in winter. She said the mountain folk had it completely, no humans at all. From November through March, just them and the mountain and the snow. I asked if anyone had ever seen the property in winter. She said a few people had driven up to check on buildings, always during midday, always leaving quickly. They reported that the cabins looked lived in. Smoke from chimneys, lights in windows, figures moving inside. But when the caretaker came in April to prepare for the summer season, the cabins would be empty and pristine, like no one had been there at all. On my last day of work, Patricia paid me and thanked me for respecting the rules. She said most workers quit after they saw the mountain folk, couldn't handle the knowledge that something else shared the land. But I'd stayed, done my job, kept the boundaries. She offered me a position for next summer. I said I'd think about it. I left Silver Peak Resort in late September and went back to my regular life in Denver. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. About the mountain folk and the agreement and the thin places where worlds overlap. I started noticing things in the city. Places that felt wrong. Times of day when the air shifted. People who looked almost right, but had something off about them. Something in their eyes or their movements. I realized the mountain wasn't the only thin place. There were others, scattered across the world. Places where the boundary between our reality and something else was permeable. Most people never noticed. They went through life thinking the world was solid and known and mapped. But it wasn't. There were gaps, thin spots, doorways, and things came through. Not often, not everywhere, but sometimes, in certain places, at certain times. The Silver Peak Resort was just one place that acknowledged this truth. One place where humans had learned to coexist with the other side by respecting boundaries. But there were probably others. Other places with strange rules that seemed arbitrary, but were actually essential. Other properties that closed at sunset. Other lands that belonged to something else after dark. I started collecting stories. Found online forums where people talked about places like Silver Peak, a campground in Oregon that everyone had to leave by dusk, a park in Maine that closed at sundown year-round, a beach in California where nobody went swimming after sunset no matter how warm the weather. All of them had the same pattern: daytime access, nighttime prohibition. All of them had stories of people who'd stayed too late and either disappeared or came back wrong. I spent the winter researching, documenting, trying to understand the scope of it. How many thin places were there? How many different kinds of beings came through? Were they all like the mountain folk, content to share space as long as boundaries were respected? Or were some more hostile, more dangerous? In March, Patricia called. She said the resort was preparing to open for the season, and the maintenance position was mine if I wanted it. I said yes, without hesitation, not because I needed the money, but because I needed to understand. I needed to be close to the truth, to the boundary, to the mystery of what existed on the other side. I'm back at Silver Peak now. It's late April, and the season is starting. Guests are booking cabins, excited for their mountain getaways, completely unaware that they're sharing the land with beings from another reality. And that's fine. They don't need to know. As long as they follow the schedule, as long as they're gone by 5 p.m., they'll have a wonderful time and never encounter anything unusual. But I know. And every day at 7 p.m., after I've driven away, after the bell has rung, I think about what's happening back there. The mountain folk emerging from the trees, reclaiming their space, living whatever life they live when we're not watching. And I think about the agreement, the boundary, the thin place where two worlds overlap. There are more things in this world than most people imagine. More beings, more realities, more mysteries. The Silver Peak Resort is just one small corner where the veil is thin and both sides have learned to coexist. And I'm grateful to be one of the few who knows the truth. who tends the boundary, who makes sure the agreement holds. Next time you're at a park, or a resort, or a natural area, and you see a sign that says it closes at sunset, pay attention. Maybe it's just about safety, or staffing. Or maybe, just maybe, it's because something else has a claim to that land after dark. Something that was there first, and will be there long after we're gone. Respect the boundaries. Leave before dark. And if you ever hear a bell ringing at exactly 7 p.m., make sure you're already far, far away. Story 8. I've been a librarian at the Oakwood Public Library for 7 years. It's a small library in a small town. The kind of place where you know most of the patrons by name, and the biggest excitement is when new books arrive. I love my job. The quiet, the books, the sense of being surrounded by knowledge and stories. It's peaceful work, and after a chaotic childhood, peace is exactly what I need. The library building itself is old, built in 1904 by a wealthy family who donated it to the town. 3 stories of red brick and tall windows, with a basement for storage and offices. Most of the collection is on the first floor, with the second floor housing local history and reference materials. The third floor has always been closed to the public. Structural issues, according to the official story. Too expensive to renovate, so we just keep it locked. Except that's not entirely true. The third floor is accessible, but only to staff, and only under specific circumstances. During my first week on the job, the head librarian, a woman named Margaret who'd worked there for 40 years, took me aside and explained the real situation. She said the third floor contained a special collection. Books that didn't follow normal rules. Books that were dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with their content. She said I'd understand when I saw them, and until then, I should just trust her, that the third floor was off limits, unless she specifically sent me up there. I thought she was being eccentric. Every library has its quirks, its territorial staff members, its weird policies. I nodded and agreed and figured I'd never have reason to go to the third floor anyway. For the first 3 years, I didn't. Margaret handled anything related to the special collection herself. Then Margaret retired. Before she left, she sat me down and said I was now responsible for the third floor. She gave me a key and a handwritten manual, 20 pages, of instructions on how to handle the special collection. The rules were bizarre. Things like, never read the books aloud, never remove more than 1 book at a time, always return books to their exact spot, never visit the third floor alone after sunset, never make eye contact with the portrait in the reading room. I asked Margaret what would happen if I broke these rules. She looked at me very seriously and said nothing good. The books up there are not normal books. They're books that should have been destroyed but couldn't be. Books that were too important, or too dangerous, or too stubborn to burn. We keep them here because someone has to, and we follow the rules because the rules keep us safe. She told me to read the manual carefully before going up there. She said I'd know when I needed to visit the third floor because specific requests would come in. People would ask for books by title or subject, and I'd know from the request that they needed something from the special collection. She said I'd understand when it happened. Margaret left, and I became the head librarian. For the first month, I didn't touch the third floor. I read the manual several times, memorized the rules, but I didn't use the key. Then one day in November, a man came to the circulation desk with an odd request. He was maybe 60, wearing an expensive suit, and he asked if we had a copy of The Cartographer's Doom. Something about the way he said it made the hair on my neck stand up. I'd never heard of that book, but I knew immediately it was a third-floor book. I told him I'd check and asked him to wait. I went to the back office, pulled out Margaret's manual, and found an entry for The Cartographer's Doom. The manual said, "Geography text that shows places that don't exist. Reader will feel compelled to visit the locations shown. Return policy, 2 weeks maximum. Warning level, moderate." I took the key and went up to the 3rd floor for the first time. The stairs were dusty, the air stale. At the top was a heavy wooden door with 3 locks. I used the key on all 3 and stepped inside. The 3rd floor was beautiful, completely different from the rest of the library. The shelves were dark wood, intricately carved. The windows were stained glass, casting colored light across the floor. There were reading tables with green banker's lamps, comfortable chairs, and in the corner, a large portrait of a stern-looking woman in Victorian clothing. Her eyes seemed to follow me, but I remembered the rule about not making eye contact, so I looked away quickly. The books themselves looked normal at first glance, old, many of them, leather-bound and aged. But as I walked among the shelves, I started to notice oddities. Some books hummed quietly. Some books were warm to the touch. Some books cast shadows that didn't match their shape. The air around certain books shimmered like heat, rising from pavement. I found The Cartographer's Doom in the geography section. It was a large atlas, bound in green leather, and it was definitely warm. I picked it up carefully, and the moment I touched it, I felt a pull, a desire to open it, to look at the maps, to see the places it contained. I resisted, remembering the manual's warning. I carried the book downstairs, checked it out to the man using a special log we kept it for 3rd floor materials, and gave him the standard warning that the book was part of a restricted collection and had to be returned in exactly 2 weeks. He thanked me, took the book, and left. I made a note in the log. The Cartographer's Doom, checked out November 3rd, due November 17th. Then I went about my normal work, trying not to think about what I'd just done. 2 weeks later, the man returned. He looked exhausted, his expensive suit rumpled, his eyes haunted. He handed me the book without a word and left quickly. I took The Cartographer's Doom back to the 3rd floor and returned it to its exact spot on the shelf. As I placed it back, I noticed the book seemed satisfied, if that makes any sense. The warmth had faded, and it sat quietly among the other books. Over the next few years, I made dozens of trips to the 3rd floor. I learned to recognize when someone was asking for a special collection book. They'd have a certain look in their eyes, a certain tone in their voice. The requests were always specific, never browsing, never casual. People knew exactly what book they wanted, and they knew to come to our library specifically to get it. I checked out the Book of Endless Corridors to a college student writing a thesis on architecture. She returned it 3 days later, pale and shaking, and dropped out of school the following semester. I checked out The Garden of Serpent Tongues to an elderly woman who said she needed to speak to her dead sister. She returned it exactly on time, smiled peacefully, and died in her sleep that night. I checked out The Mathematics of Probability to a gambler who wanted to understand luck. He returned it early, said he'd learned what he needed, and I heard later that he'd quit gambling entirely and become an accountant. The books affected people, changed them, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, but always permanently. And I was the gatekeeper, the person who decided who got access to knowledge that could alter lives. I started reading the manual more carefully, learning about each book in the collection. There were over 300 books on the 3rd floor, each with its own properties, its own dangers, its own rules. Some books could only be read during specific moon phases. Some books required the reader to fast for 3 days before opening them. Some books had to be read in complete darkness. Some books would only reveal their contents to certain people, while showing blank pages to others. The manual had been compiled over the course of a century, with entries from different librarians, adding their observations and warnings. Margaret's entries were the most recent, detailed accounts of which books were most dangerous, and which were merely strange. Before her, there'd been a librarian named Thomas, who'd worked at the library for 30 years in the mid-20th century. His entries were more philosophical, questioning why the library kept these books at all. One entry from Thomas, dated 1967, stuck with me. He wrote, "Today, a young woman asked for the Book of True Names. I gave it to her despite my reservations. She returned it 6 months later, the maximum allowed time. She said the book had taught her who she really was, but the knowledge had cost her everything she thought she knew about herself. She thanked me and said she didn't regret it, but I wonder if I did the right thing. We are not just librarians here. We are dispensers of transformation. Every book we give out changes a life. Is that our right?" I wrestled with the same question. People came asking for these books, and the library provided them. But should we? Some of the books were clearly dangerous. The Whisper manuscript, for instance, which drove 3 readers insane in the 1940s, before the library implemented new safety protocols. Or the Flame Chronicle, which supposedly burned the hands of anyone who read it with ill intent. Or the Mirror Text, which showed readers visions of their deaths. I brought my concerns to the library board. They listened politely, and then the chairman, an old man named Robert who'd been on the board for decades, told me the truth about why the special collection existed. He said the books had been gathered from all over the world by the family that built the library. The family had been collectors of unusual texts, believers in hidden knowledge and forgotten wisdom. When they donated the building, they donated the collection too, with the stipulation that it be maintained and made available to those who sought it. Robert said the family had believed that knowledge, no matter how dangerous, should be preserved, that people had the right to seek understanding, even if that understanding came with risks. The library's role was not to judge who should have access to knowledge, but to ensure that access was controlled, documented, and as safe as possible. He told me about the books that had been destroyed over the years, not by the library, but by readers who'd checked them out and never returned them. Books that had been burned, thrown in rivers, buried in the ground. Each loss was recorded in a separate log, a list of texts that had escaped the collection and were now loose in the world. Robert said those books were the truly dangerous ones. Books without oversight, without rules, without someone to monitor who used them and how. I understood then. The 3rd floor wasn't a prison for dangerous books, it was a sanctuary. A place where they could exist safely, where people could access them under controlled conditions, where the damage they could do was limited by rules and observation. I became more diligent about the rules. I enforced return dates strictly. I kept detailed notes on who borrowed what and how they seemed when they returned it. I started recognizing patterns. Certain books attracted certain types of people. The desperate, borrowed books of power. The grieving, borrowed books of communication. The curious, borrowed books of transformation. And each book gave them what they sought, though often not in the way they expected. One spring afternoon, a teenager came in asking for the Atlas of yesterday. I'd never checked that one out before. I looked it up in the manual. History text that shows the past as it actually was, not as it was recorded. Reader will see events they thought they knew in new light. Maybe disturbing. Return policy. 1 week maximum. Warning level high. I hesitated. The kid was maybe 16, too young for high-level warning books, according to my personal policy. But he looked at me with such earnest need and said he was writing a paper on local history, trying to understand what really happened during a controversial event in the town's past. I made a judgment call and gave him the book with a stern warning about the return date. He returned it 5 days later. He looked older somehow, more serious. He said the book had shown him that history was messier and more complicated than anyone admitted. That the heroes in the town's founding story had done terrible things, and the villains had had understandable reasons. He said it had changed how he saw everything, but he was glad he'd read it. He thanked me and left. 2 weeks later, his history paper was published in the local newspaper. It was nuanced, unflinching, and honest in a way that stirred up controversy. The town council demanded the school apologize for letting a student write such things, but the kid stood by his work, and eventually, the controversy died down, and people started having real conversations about the town's history. One book, one reader, ripple effects spreading through the community. I started to see my role differently. I wasn't just a librarian. I was a facilitator of change. Every book I handed over to a reader was a key that would unlock something in them, or in the world around them. It was a huge responsibility, and sometimes it kept me up at night, worrying about whether I'd made the right calls. The rules helped. The manual gave me guidelines for who should have access to what. But ultimately, every checkout required judgment. Required me to look at the person asking and decide if they could handle what they were asking for. I added my own entries to the manual. Observations about books, notes on reader reactions, updates to warning levels based on new incidents. I was contributing to the knowledge base that future librarians would use. Someday I'd retire like Margaret, and someone else would take over the third floor. They'd read my entries and learn from my experiences, just as I'd learned from those who came before me. One December evening, I was working late, updating the catalog, when I heard footsteps on the stairs to the third floor. That was impossible. I was alone in the library, and I had the only key to the third floor. I grabbed a flashlight and went to investigate. The door to the third floor was open. I distinctly remembered locking it. I climbed the stairs slowly, flashlight in hand, and entered the special collection. The room was dark except for moonlight through the stained glass windows, and there, sitting in one of the reading chairs, was a woman. She looked up as I entered, and I recognized her face. It was the woman from the portrait, the one I'd been careful never to make eye contact with. She smiled and said, "You've done well. This collection is in good hands." I started to ask who she was, but she held up a hand. She said, "I'm the one who started this collection. I'm the one who donated this building. I come back sometimes to check on the books, to make sure they're being cared for. You're only the third librarian who's ever seen me. Margaret saw me once. Thomas saw me twice. You're worthy of the responsibility." I asked if she was a ghost. She laughed and said, "I'm something that was, preserved in the same way these books are preserved. I exist because I'm remembered, because my purpose continues. As long as the library stands and the books are kept, I'll be here in some form, watching over them." She stood and walked along the shelves, running her fingers over the spines of the books. She said, "People think knowledge is safe, that words on paper can't hurt anyone. But they're wrong. Knowledge is the most dangerous thing in the world. It changes people. It destroys old certainties and creates new questions. These books do that more than most. They contain truths that most people aren't ready for, but that some people desperately need." She turned to me and said, "Your job is not to protect people from these books. Your job is to protect the books from people, and to protect people from their own recklessness. Give the books to those who seek them, but make sure they understand what they're getting into. Enforce the rules, keep records, and trust your judgment. You'll make mistakes, but you'll also help people find what they're looking for." Then she walked to the portrait and seemed to step into it, becoming two-dimensional, frozen in paint and canvas. I stood there for a long time, staring at the portrait, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't. The third floor had its own rules, its own reality. A conversation with the founder was no stranger than books that hummed or showed impossible maps. I've been the head librarian for 7 years now. I've checked out hundreds of books from the special collection. I've seen people transformed, broken, enlightened, and destroyed by what they've read. I've enforced rules that seem arbitrary, but keep disasters from happening. I've become part of a tradition that stretches back over a century. Librarians who guarded knowledge that was too powerful for casual access. The library board is talking about digitizing the collection. I've been fighting it. Some books aren't meant to be digital. Some knowledge needs to be physical, needs to be limited by geography and access. You can't put the cartographer's doom on the internet. You can't make the Book of True Names downloadable. These books exist in a specific place, bound by specific rules, and that's how it has to stay. I train new librarians carefully now. I watch them, assess them, decide if they're ready to know about the third floor. Most of them never find out. They work in the library for years, cataloging and shelving and helping patrons, completely unaware that 3 stories above them is a collection of impossible books. Only the ones I trust, the ones who I think can handle the responsibility, get told the truth. Last month, a young woman started working here. She's sharp, careful, and I've noticed she has good instincts about people. I'm considering telling her about the third floor, maybe training her to take over when I eventually retire. The collection needs a guardian, and I won't be here forever. Tonight, after closing, I'll go up to the third floor. I'll walk among the shelves, check on the books, make sure everything is in order. I'll nod to the portrait, acknowledging the presence that watches over the collection, and I'll feel grateful that I get to do this work, to stand at the intersection of the normal and the impossible, to help people find the knowledge they seek while keeping them as safe as I can. The Oakwood Public Library has a third floor. Most people don't know it exists, but for those who need it, for those who come seeking books that can change everything, it's here. And I'm here too, ready to unlock the door, to hand over the book, to witness another transformation. Knowledge is dangerous. Knowledge is powerful. And some knowledge is kept in a locked room on the third floor, waiting for the right person to come asking for it. When they do, I'll be ready. That's my job. That's my calling. That's what I do. Story 9. I moved to Greenfield last year after my divorce. Small town, quiet streets, the kind of place where people still say hello to strangers and leave their doors unlocked. I needed peace and simplicity after the chaos of ending a 20-year marriage, and Greenfield seemed perfect. I rented a small house on Maple Street and started trying to build a new life. One of my neighbors, an older woman named Helen, noticed me working in my sad little yard one Saturday and invited me to join the community garden. She said it was a great way to meet people and get fresh vegetables. I'd never gardened before, but I was trying new things, so I said yes. The community garden was on the edge of town, about 2 acres of land that had been donated by some family decades ago. There were maybe 30 plots, each about 10 by 10 feet, and they were all incredibly productive. Even in early spring, the plants looked healthier and more vibrant than anything I'd ever seen in a grocery store. Helen showed me to an empty plot and introduced me to some of the other gardeners. Everyone was friendly in that small-town way. They gave me advice on what to plant, shared seedlings, offered to help me get started. Within a week, I had tomatoes, peppers, lettuce, cucumbers, and beans all planted. Helen told me to come by that every evening around sunset to water, and that's when most of the gardeners would be there to chat. The first strange thing I noticed was how fast everything grew. I planted seeds on a Monday, and by Friday I had sprouts. Within 2 weeks, my tomato plants were a foot tall. Within a month, I was harvesting lettuce. The growth rate was impossible, but everyone acted like it was completely normal. I mentioned it to Helen, and she just smiled and said the soil was very good here. The second strange thing was the evening routine. All the gardeners showed up around sunset, like Helen had said, but they didn't just water their plants. They'd stand in their plots for a few minutes, very still, hands in the soil, and they'd whisper something. I couldn't make out the words, but it was clearly some kind of ritual. After a few minutes, they'd water their plants and then socialize normally, chatting about their days, sharing gardening tips, being neighborly. I asked Helen about the whispering. She said it was just a tradition, a way of thanking the earth for the harvest. She said I didn't have to do it if I didn't want to, but it was respectful, and the plants seemed to respond well to it. I felt awkward about it, but I wanted to fit in, so I started doing it too. I'd kneel down, put my hands in the soil, and whisper thank you to the earth. It felt silly at first, but the other gardeners nodded approvingly when they saw me doing it. My vegetables continued to grow at an alarming rate. By June, I had tomatoes the size of softballs and cucumbers as long as my forearm. The taste was incredible too, better than anything I'd ever bought. I started bringing vegetables to work, sharing with coworkers, and everyone commented on how amazing they were. I felt proud, even though I knew I hadn't really done anything special. The garden was doing all the work. In July, something happened that made me start questioning things. I was at the garden in the evening, doing my watering, when I noticed that one of the plots looked wrong. It belonged to a man named Frank, who I'd met a few times. Nice guy. Quiet, kept to himself. But his plants were dying. Brown and withered, completely unlike everything else in the garden. I mentioned it to Helen. She looked over at Frank's plot and frowned. She said, "Frank hasn't been coming to the garden. He's been too busy with work. The plants know when they're being neglected." I said that seemed harsh. Plants dying that fast just because someone missed a few days. Helen gave me a strange look and said, "The garden requires attention. It gives generously, but it expects commitment in return." The next week, Frank's plot was completely dead. Just brown stalks and dry soil. And Frank himself, I heard from another neighbor, had been in a car accident. Nothing fatal, but he'd broken his leg and would be laid up for months. The timing seemed like an awful coincidence. Then in August, a new person joined the garden. A young woman named Sarah who'd just moved to town. She was enthusiastic, planted a whole variety of things, came every evening to tend her plot. But she didn't do the whispering ritual. She'd water and weed and care for her plants. But she wouldn't kneel and put her hands in the soil and whisper. Helen tried to encourage her, said it was tradition, said it would help her plants grow. Sarah laughed it off, said she didn't believe in that kind of thing, that good soil and proper care were all plants needed. Her vegetables grew, but not like everyone else's. They were normal-sized, normal speed, adequate but not extraordinary. One evening in late August, I was watering my plot when I heard Sarah scream. I ran over to her section and found her staring at her hands. They were covered in something dark, almost black. And it was moving. Not like bugs, but like the soil itself was crawling on her skin. She was trying to shake it off, panicking. Helen appeared immediately, took Sarah's hands, and whispered something while pressing them back into the soil. The blackest stuff stopped moving and absorbed back into the ground. Sarah pulled her hands back, and they were clean. Shaking, but clean. Helen said very calmly, "The garden wants respect. You can't just take without giving. You have to participate in the tradition, or you shouldn't be here at all." Sarah left that night and never came back. Her plot was empty by the next week. I started paying more attention after that, started really watching what happened at the garden. I noticed that the soil itself seemed different in the evening light. Darker, richer, and sometimes I swear I could see it moving slightly, like it was breathing. The plants would orient themselves toward the gardeners during the whispering ritual, leaves turning to face us, even when there was no wind. I also noticed that everyone who gardened there seemed unusually healthy. Helen was in her 70s, but moved like someone 20 years younger. Tom, who had the plot next to mine, was in his 60s and worked construction full-time without any of the aches and pains you'd expect. Maria, who'd been gardening there for 15 years. Looked maybe 40, but I'd heard someone mention she was actually 58. I started researching the land. Found out it had been donated to the town in 1952 by the Blackwood family. Before that, it had been part of their farm, but they'd never planted crops on that specific 2 acres. When I dug deeper into the town's history at the local library, I found something interesting. The Blackwood farm had been built on land that was considered sacred by the Native American tribes that lived in the area before European settlement. It was a place where they'd performed harvest ceremonies, thanking the earth for its bounty. The Blackwoods had apparently known this and had respected it. They'd left those 2 acres untouched, never plowing or planting there. And when the last Blackwood died in 1952, his will specified that the land be given to the town for a community garden, with the stipulation that traditional practices be maintained. Nobody seemed to know what traditional practices meant, but apparently the gardeners had figured it out. I found an old journal in the library archives, written by Margaret Blackwood in 1923. She described seeing lights on that section of land at night, hearing sounds like singing, finding the soil turned and aerated in the morning, even though nobody had worked it. She wrote that her husband believed the land was blessed, that something lived in the soil that made things grow. He'd told his children never to disturb that section of the farm, to leave it wild and untouched. I was getting uncomfortable with the whole situation. The garden was giving me amazing vegetables, and I felt healthier than I had in years. But the cost was starting to seem unclear and potentially high. What exactly was I whispering to every evening? What was in the soil, and what happened to people who didn't follow the rules? I decided to test something. One evening I went to the garden, but I didn't do the whispering ritual. I just watered my plants and left. The next morning, I woke up with the worst headache I'd ever had. It felt like something was pressing on my skull from the inside. I took painkillers, but they didn't help. The headache lasted all day. That evening, I went back to the garden and did the ritual properly. Knelt down, put my hands in the soil, and whispered my thanks. The headache disappeared instantly. The message was clear. The garden expected participation, and there were consequences for refusing. I talked to Tom about it, asked him directly what we were really doing, what we were thanking. He looked around to make sure nobody was listening and said, "We're feeding it. The land feeds us, we feed it. It's a fair exchange." I asked what we were feeding it with. He said, "Our acknowledgement, our respect, our connection. It's old, whatever lives in this soil. Older than the town, older than any of us. It needs to be remembered, to be recognized. The whispering does that. We acknowledge it exists. We thank it for the harvest, and in return, it keeps giving." I asked what happened if we stopped. Tom said, "You get sick, your plants die, bad luck follows you. Frank's accident wasn't random. The garden protects those who tend it, and punishes those who abandon it. That's the deal. Some people think it's worth it. Some people don't." Sarah decided it wasn't. Frank tried to quit and paid the price. I felt trapped. I'd been doing the ritual for months now, eating the vegetables, benefiting from whatever power the garden had. Could I just walk away? Would I end up like Frank, suddenly having terrible luck? Or would something worse happen? I tried to skip the garden for a few days, told myself I was busy, that my plants would be fine. On the 3rd day, I started feeling weak, tired all the time, unable to focus. On the 4th day, I tripped on my front steps and sprained my ankle. On the 5th day, I got a call that my car had been broken into, even though I'd parked it in my locked garage. I limped to the garden that evening and did the ritual, apologized to the soil, whispered my thanks more earnestly than I ever had. Within an hour, I felt better. The next morning, my ankle didn't hurt at all. The following week, I found out the person who'd broken into my car had been caught and all my stuff returned. The garden had stopped punishing me. I talked to Helen about it finally. Told her I was scared, that I felt like I was in a contract I didn't fully understand. She invited me to her house for tea, and we sat in her kitchen while she explained. She said the garden had been there, in some form, for thousands of years. The land had been blessed or claimed or marked by something ancient, something that existed before humans named it or understood it. The native tribes had recognized its power and made agreements with it. When settlers came, the Blackwoods had been wise enough to continue those agreements. And now, the community gardeners were the latest in a long line of people who tended the land and received its gifts. Helen said the deal was simple. Tend the garden, acknowledge the power in the soil, show respect and gratitude, and you'd be blessed with abundance and health. Neglect the garden, or try to leave without properly ending your commitment, and you'd suffer. It wasn't evil, Helen said. It was just the terms. Like any relationship, it required maintenance and respect. I asked how to end the commitment properly. Helen said, "You can't just abandon your plot. You have to tend it through a full growing season, and at the Harvest Festival in October, you make a formal goodbye. You bring your best vegetables, you offer them to the soil, and you ask to be released from the agreement. Most people don't bother. The benefits are worth the daily ritual, but if you really want out, that's how you do it." October was 2 months away. I decided I could make it 2 more months. I'd do the ritual every day, tend my plants carefully, and at the Harvest Festival, I'd make my goodbye and walk away. I could go back to buying vegetables at the grocery store, go back to normal. But over those 2 months, something changed in me. I started enjoying the ritual. The feeling of putting my hands in the soil, the sense of connection to something old and powerful. I looked forward to my evenings at the garden, to the quiet conversations with the other gardeners, to the satisfaction of harvesting vegetables that I'd grown with my own hands and with the help of whatever lived in the earth. I also noticed I was happier. The depression that had plagued me since the divorce was lifting. I had more energy, more optimism. I was making friends in town. My new life was actually becoming a good life. And I knew a lot of that was because of the garden. The Harvest Festival came in late October. Everyone brought their best vegetables to the central area of the garden. We built a bonfire and cooked a massive feast. There was music and dancing and celebration. And at midnight, we each took our best single vegetable and buried it in the soil, returning a portion of the harvest to the earth that had given it. I stood there with a massive, perfect tomato in my hands, ready to make my formal goodbye, ready to ask to be released from the agreement. But as I knelt down to bury the tomato, I realized I didn't want to leave. This place had given me health, community, purpose. Yes, it demanded daily attention and respect, but what worthwhile thing didn't? I buried the tomato and whispered, "Thank you for another year. I commit to another season." The soil seemed to warm under my hands, and I felt a sense of acceptance, of welcome. I'd made my choice. I was staying. That was 5 years ago. I'm still at the community garden. I tend my plot every day, do the ritual every evening, and harvest incredible vegetables all summer long. I've learned more about the garden over the years. Learned that the blessing extends beyond just the plants. People who garden there live longer, stay healthier, avoid the kinds of random bad luck that plagues others. The garden protects its own, and I've also learned that you can't talk about it too openly. When new people join, they're taught the ritual as a tradition, nothing more. Most people don't ask questions. They enjoy the benefits and don't think too deeply about the cost. A few people, like Sarah, reject the ritual and leave quickly. And very occasionally, someone like me comes along who figures out the truth and has to decide whether to accept it. New people move to town all the time. and some of them join the garden. I help them get started, teach them what to plant, show them the evening ritual. I don't explain what it really means. If they're meant to understand, they'll figure it out eventually. If they're not, they'll just think it's a quirky, small-town tradition and either go along with it or leave. Frank recovered from his accident eventually. He sold his house and moved to another town. Smart choice. Once you've broken the agreement, there's no going back. The garden doesn't forget abandonment. Tom retired last year and handed his plot over to his daughter. The transition was part of the Harvest Festival ritual, a formal passing of responsibility. The garden accepted her. Helen is still going strong at 79, working her plot every day, looking healthier than most people half her age. She's been doing this for 40 years, she told me. 40 years of daily ritual, of feeding the power in the soil with acknowledgement and respect. She said she'll probably do it until she dies, and when that time comes, she'll be buried in the garden. Several of the long-term gardeners have that arrangement. Their bodies go back to the soil that fed them, becoming part of the cycle. I think about that sometimes, about ending up as part of the garden, my body decomposing and feeding whatever ancient thing lives in that earth. It should horrify me, but it doesn't. It feels right, like closing a circle, completing a transaction that's been ongoing for years. I grow the best tomatoes in town. I'm healthier than I've ever been. I have a community of friends who share a secret bond. I've found peace and purpose in this small town, in this small plot of earth, in this daily ritual of thanks and acknowledgement. Yes, I'm bound to something I don't fully understand. Yes, there are consequences if I try to leave, but honestly, I don't want to leave. The garden gives generously, and it asks for so little in return. Just a few minutes each evening, hands in the soil, whispering gratitude to the power that makes things grow. It's not a bad trade. It's actually a pretty good life. If you ever visit Greenfield, you might see the community garden on the edge of town. You might notice how healthy the plants look, how vibrant and abundant. You might even be invited to join if there's an empty plot. If you are, think carefully before you accept. Understand that a community garden is more than just a place to grow vegetables. Understand that the soil remembers, that the earth expects respect, that some agreements once made are hard to break. But also understand that the rewards are real. The vegetables are delicious. The health benefits are genuine. The community is welcoming. And the sense of connection to something ancient and powerful is unlike anything else you'll experience. I'll be at the garden tonight at sunset, like I am every night. Hands in the soil, whispering my thanks to whatever lives beneath. Tending my plants, talking with my neighbors, harvesting the fruits of a partnership that goes back thousands of years. It's a good life. Strange, but good. The garden requires attention. It gives generously, and I'm happy to keep up my end of the deal. Story 10. I found the job posting on a weird corner of the internet at 2 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. The ad was simple. Driver needed for specialized delivery service. Must be comfortable with long distances, irregular hours, and unusual cargo. Excellent pay. Discretion required. There was a phone number and nothing else. I called the next day because I was desperate. I'd been unemployed for 6 months, my savings were gone, and I was 2 weeks from being evicted. A woman answered and asked me 3 questions. Do you have a valid driver's license? Yes. Do you have any family who would miss you if you were gone for weeks at a time? No. Can you follow instructions exactly without asking questions? I hesitated, then said yes. She gave me an address and told me to be there at 8 p.m. that night. Bring your license and be prepared to start immediately if hired. I showed up at the address, which turned out to be a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The woman from the phone met me at the door. Her name was Claire, and she looked like a corporate executive, all business suit and sharp eyes. She walked me through the warehouse, which was mostly empty except for a few vans parked inside. She explained the job. I would be given packages that needed to be delivered to specific addresses across the country. These packages couldn't go through regular mail or shipping services for various reasons. My job was to pick them up, drive them to their destination, get a signature, and return. Simple delivery work, except I'd be driving thousands of miles, and the pay was $5,000 per trip. I asked why the packages couldn't go through normal channels. Claire said, "Our clients value privacy. They're shipping things that are legal but sensitive. Medical samples, legal documents, items of significant personal value. Things that can't be lost, delayed, or inspected by standard carriers. We provide guaranteed hand delivery with complete discretion." It sounded legitimate enough. I said I was interested. Claire handed me a contract that was surprisingly simple. It covered confidentiality, liability, and payment terms. I signed it. She gave me keys to one of the vans, a company credit card for gas and food, and a phone that she said I should keep on me at all times. My first delivery was the next morning. Claire gave me a small wooden box, about the size of a shoebox, and an address in Tennessee. I was in Oregon. It was a 30-hour drive. She said the box needed to be delivered within 48 hours, that I shouldn't open it, and that I should keep it with me at all times. Don't leave it in the van unattended. Don't let anyone else touch it. Don't ask the recipient what's inside. I loaded the box into the van and started driving. The box sat on the passenger seat, and I kept glancing at it. It was heavier than it looked, and it was warm. Not hot, but noticeably warm, like it had been sitting in the sun. I told myself it was probably some kind of medical thing that needed to stay at a certain temperature. I drove straight through, stopping only for gas and bathroom breaks. The box stayed warm the entire time. At one gas station in Idaho, I left it in the van for 5 minutes while I went inside. And when I came back, the temperature in the van had dropped 20 degrees, even though it was summer, and I'd left the windows up. I kept the box with me after that. I reached Tennessee 40 hours after leaving Oregon. The address was a farmhouse way out in the country. A man in his 60s answered the door, looked at the box, and smiled with relief. He signed for it without saying a word, took the box inside, and closed the door. I stood there for a minute, expecting more, but that was it. Job done. I called Claire. She told me to drive back to Oregon and that my payment would be deposited that night. I checked my bank account the next morning. $5,000. Exactly as promised. For 2 days of driving, it was incredible money. My second delivery came a week later. This time it was a metal briefcase going to Maine. Same rules. Don't open it. Keep it with me. Deliver within the time window. This briefcase was cold. Not just cool, but freezing. Ice formed on the handle. I wrapped it in a blanket and kept the heat on in the van. Whatever was inside needed to stay frozen. I delivered it to a woman in Portland, Maine, who looked like a doctor. She took the briefcase into what looked like a home lab in her basement. Again, no questions, no conversation, just a signature and done. $5,000 appeared in my account. I was starting to think this was the best job I'd ever had. The deliveries continued. Once or twice a week, Claire would call with a new package and an address. I drove all over the country. Texas, Florida, Washington, Michigan. The packages were always different. Some were warm, some were cold. Some hummed quietly. Some were heavy. Some were light. One package, a glass jar wrapped in padding, glowed faintly in the dark. I followed the rules exactly. never opened a package, never asked questions, always delivered on time. The money kept coming. After 3 months, I'd made $60,000. After 6 months, over $100,000. I paid off my debts, got a nice apartment, bought a newer car for personal use. Life was good, but I was curious. I knew I was delivering things that weren't entirely normal. Medical samples didn't hum, legal documents didn't glow. I started paying more attention to the recipients and the locations. Most of the drop-off points were residential, usually rural. People who lived far from cities, far from neighbors. They were always expecting the packages, always signed quickly, and disappeared inside. Nobody ever made small talk. Nobody ever explained what they were receiving. I started taking notes, kept a journal of each delivery, what the package felt like, where it went, what the recipient looked like. After 20 deliveries, I noticed patterns. The warm packages always went to places near geological features like hot springs or volcanic areas. The cold packages went to northern regions or high altitudes. The humming packages went to places near power lines or electrical substations. On my 23rd delivery, I broke a rule. The package was a wooden box, similar to my first delivery, and it was going to New Mexico. I was pulled over at a rest stop, and I had to use the bathroom. I took the box with me like always, but this time I locked myself in a stall and opened it. Inside was a rock, just a rock, about the size of my fist, sitting in a nest of padding. Except the rock was moving, not rolling or shifting, but pulsing, like it was breathing. And it was covered in symbols that I didn't recognize, carved deep into the stone. I stared at it for a full minute, watching it pulse, watching the symbols seem to shift and rearrange themselves. I closed the box quickly and delivered it as planned. The recipient was a Native American man who lived on reservation land. He took the box, looked at me hard, and said, "You opened it." It wasn't a question. I started to deny it, but he held up his hand. He said, "I can tell. You've been marked now. Be careful what else you carry." I asked what he meant. He said, "The things you transport are not for everyone to see. They choose who handles them. You've been chosen because you can tolerate their presence. But looking at them directly, that's different. That changes you, makes you more aware. You'll start seeing things you didn't see before." I drove back to Oregon unsettled. That night, I saw things in my apartment that I'd never noticed. Shadows that moved wrong. Sounds that came from nowhere. A feeling of being watched by morning. It had passed, but I knew the man had been right. Something had changed. I called Claire and told her I'd opened a package. I expected to be fired. Instead, she sighed and said, "Which one?" I described it. She said, "The breathing stone. Yeah, that one's not too bad. You'll be fine in a few days. Try not to open any more packages. Some of them are dangerous to look at." I asked her what I was really delivering. She was quiet for a long time, then said, "Things that exist in the spaces between normal categories. Things that are real, but not acknowledged. Things that people need but can't obtain through ordinary means. You're a courier for the unusual, the forbidden, the impossible. And you're very good at it." She told me I could quit if I wanted, no hard feelings. But the pay would stop, and I'd have to sign additional confidentiality paperwork. Or I could continue, now with full knowledge of what I was doing, and the pay would increase to $7,000 per delivery. I thought about it for a week. The logical part of me said to quit, to walk away from whatever strange business I'd gotten involved in. But another part of me, the part that had been changed by seeing the breathing stone, wanted to know more, wanted to see what else was out there, what other impossible things existed in the shadows of normal life. I called Claire and said I'd continue. She said, "Good. I had a feeling you would. Welcome to the real job." The next delivery came with more information. Claire told me I was taking a jar of living water to a woman in Vermont. Living water, she explained, was water that had consciousness, that could heal or harm depending on how it was used. It needed to be delivered in a silver container and couldn't be exposed to the sunlight. The woman who was receiving it ran an underground clinic where she treated people with illnesses that conventional medicine couldn't help. I delivered the living water successfully. The woman, who introduced herself as Dr. Sarah, invited me in for coffee. She told me she'd been using these unusual materials for 20 years, helping people who had nowhere else to turn. Cancer patients who'd exhausted all options. Children with mysterious ailments. People who'd been cursed or hexed, or affected by things that doctors didn't believe in. She used the items we delivered to give them hope, and sometimes healing. She said, "You're part of a network that keeps people alive. The things you carry might seem strange or frightening, but they serve a purpose. They help people. Remember that when you start questioning what you're doing." I met more recipients after that. A man in Colorado who used meteorite fragments to build devices that could predict earthquakes. A woman in Louisiana who collected dirt from sacred places to protect her community from storms. A professor in Massachusetts who studied objects that defied physical laws, trying to understand the boundaries of reality. They were all normal people doing extraordinary things. And I was the connection that made it possible. I was the one who brought them the tools they needed. But not all deliveries were benign. I took a black mirror to someone in Nevada, and Claire warned me not to look at my reflection in it. I didn't ask why. I delivered a book bound in leather that screamed quietly when I carried it. I transported a compass that pointed toward death instead of north. These items went to people who I couldn't get a read on, people who took the packages without gratitude or explanation. I asked Claire about this. She said some clients were researchers, some were healers, and some were collectors. She said the company didn't judge what people did with the items as long as they paid, and didn't violate the terms of service. What those terms were, she didn't elaborate. On my 50th delivery, I transported something that scared me. It was a small cage containing something I couldn't see. The cage was covered with a cloth, and Claire's instructions were explicit. Do not remove the cloth. Do not speak near the cage. Do not drive over running water. The thing in the cage, she said, was sensitive to language and would try to escape if it heard certain words. It couldn't cross running water in its current form. I drove from Oregon to Georgia, avoiding every bridge I could. I took back roads, found crossings over dry creek beds, added 12 hours to the trip to avoid rivers. The entire drive, I could hear scratching from inside the cage. Sometimes whispers, though I couldn't make out words. Once, I thought I heard my name, but I turned the radio up and ignored it. The recipient was a man who lived in a heavily wooded area. His house was covered in symbols, wards carved into every surface. He took the cage with gloved hands, thanked me in a language I didn't recognize, and disappeared into his house. I drove away as fast as I could. That delivery paid $10,000. Hazard pay, Claire called it. I've been doing this job for 2 years now. I've driven over 300,000 miles. I've delivered hundreds of impossible things to people who exist in the margins of normal society. I've seen things that shouldn't exist, in places that aren't on maps. I've crossed the country dozens of times, carrying cargo that would make most people question reality. The job has changed me. I see the world differently now. I notice the thin places, the spots where reality bends. I recognize other people who know about the hidden world, the underground network of unusual objects and impossible trades. We nod to each other at gas stations and rest stops, acknowledging our shared knowledge without speaking. I've also become more isolated. I can't talk about my work with normal people, can't explain why I'm always on the road, why I have money, but no conventional job. I've lost touch with old friends who don't understand my life, but I've made new connections with recipients, with other couriers, with people who live in the spaces between. Claire offered me a promotion last month. She wants me to train new drivers, to share what I've learned about handling unusual cargo. I'm considering it. Part of me wants to stay on the road, wants to keep seeing new things, delivering impossible packages to desperate people. But another part of me is tired. 2 years of constant driving, of carrying things that whisper and pulse and defy nature. It wears on you. Last week, I delivered a package to myself. Claire sent me a small wooden box with my own address on it. Inside was a note that said, "You've earned this." And underneath the note was a stone, smooth and dark, that showed visions when I held it. Visions of roads I hadn't driven yet, packages I hadn't delivered, places I hadn't been. The stone was showing me my future, and it was more of the same. More miles, more deliveries, more impossible things. I'm okay with that. This job found me when I was desperate and lost. It gave me purpose, gave me money, gave me a glimpse of a world that most people never see. Yes, it's strange. Yes, it's sometimes frightening. But it's mine. I'm good at it. And the people I deliver to, they need what I bring. I'm helping them, in my own weird way. So, I'll keep driving, keep delivering packages that can't go through normal mail, keep being a courier for the impossible. It's not the life I expected, but it's the life I have. And honestly, it's pretty interesting. If you ever see a plain white van driving through your town at odd hours, if you notice someone carrying a carefully wrapped package with strange symbols on it, if you hear about a delivery service that handles things other companies won't touch, that might be me. That might be one of us. We're out here, driving the back roads, connecting the hidden network, carrying the things that shouldn't exist from the people who have them to the people who need them. It's a strange job, but someone has to do it. And the pay is pretty good. Story 11. When I bought my house last March, the listing said it was a 3-bedroom ranch with 1,800 square feet. I toured it twice before making an offer. Living room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, basement. Everything was exactly as described. The house had been built in 1962 and had been well maintained by the previous owners, an elderly couple who'd lived there for 40 years before moving to a retirement home. I moved in on April 1st. Spent the first week unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, getting settled. On day 8, I was looking for the attic access to store some seasonal items. I knew there had to be one somewhere. I checked the hallway ceiling, the closets, the garage. Nothing. Finally, I went down to the basement to see if there was access from below. The basement was unfinished, just concrete walls and floor, furnace and water heater in one corner, washer and dryer hookups in another. I was walking around looking up at the ceiling joists when I noticed something odd. There was a door in the basement wall, a regular door, painted the same gray as the concrete, easy to miss unless you were looking for it. But it shouldn't have been there. The basement was supposed to be under the main floor. There shouldn't be a door leading anywhere. I tried the handle. Locked. I went upstairs and searched through the keys the realtor had given me. Found one that looked old, made of brass, heavy and ornate. Brought it down to the basement and tried it in the lock. It fit perfectly. The door opened to reveal stairs going up. Not down into a sub-basement or out to the yard, but up. I stood there confused, trying to mentally map the house. The stairs were going up from the basement, which would put them in the main floor somewhere. But I'd been all over the main floor. There was no staircase coming up from below anywhere. I climbed the stairs. They were steep and narrow, old wood that creaked under my weight. At the top was another door. I opened it and stepped into a room I'd never seen before. It was a bedroom, maybe 12 by 14 feet, with a window overlooking the backyard. There was furniture in it. A bed, a dresser, a nightstand, a small desk. Everything was covered in dust, clearly untouched for years. But the room existed. It was real. I was standing in it, and it absolutely should not have been there. I pulled out my phone and looked at the floor plans from the house listing. 3 bedrooms, all accounted for. This room wasn't on the plan. I walked around, checking the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Everything was solid and normal. I looked out the window. The view matched what should be the side of the house, but from an angle I'd never seen before, because there was no room on the main floor that had this window. I went back downstairs and outside to check the exterior. Counted the windows. Living room had 2 windows. Kitchen had 1. Bedroom 1 had 1. Bedroom 2 had 1. Bedroom 3 had 1. Bathroom had 1. Small window. That was 6 windows. But I just looked out a 7th window from inside the house. I walked around the house slowly, examining every surface. The 7th window was there, on the side of the house, between bedroom 2 and bedroom 3. I'd walked past it a dozen times, and never consciously noticed it. My brain had just accepted it as part of the house, without questioning which room it belonged to. I went back inside and tried to access the room from the main floor. It should have been between bedroom 2 and bedroom 3, based on the window location. But there was just wall there. I knocked on the wall. It sounded solid. I measured the distance between the 2 bedrooms. There were 8 feet of space between them, enough for a hallway or closet, but occupied by nothing as far as I could tell from inside the house. But the room existed. I'd been in it. I had a room in my house that could only be accessed through a hidden basement door and a narrow staircase. A room that didn't appear on any floor plan, and that somehow occupied space that shouldn't exist. I went back to the room through the basement. Looked around more carefully this time. The furniture was old, but good quality. The bed was made, covers pulled tight and tucked in. The dresser drawers were empty. The desk had nothing in it except 1 drawer that contained a journal. I sat on the bed, which creaked loudly, and opened the journal. The handwriting was feminine, elegant, old-fashioned. The first entry was dated June 1967. It read, "Mother and Father don't know about this room. Nobody knows except me. I found the door in the basement 3 months ago, and I've been fixing up the space ever since. It's my secret place, my escape from their rules and expectations. Here, I can think my own thoughts and be my own person." I flipped through the journal, entries spanning from 1967 to 1971, written by someone named Catherine. She talked about her life, her frustrations with her conservative parents, her dreams of leaving the small town and becoming an artist. She wrote about boys she liked, friends she fought with, teachers she admired. Normal teenage things. But she wrote it all in this hidden room that her parents didn't know existed. The last entry was from March 1971. It said, "I'm leaving tomorrow. I've been accepted to the art school in Chicago. Mother and Father are furious, but I don't care. I'm 18 now and they can't stop me. I'm taking everything that matters. But I'm leaving this room exactly as it is. Maybe someday I'll come back and remember who I was when I wrote these words. Maybe I'll bring my own daughter here and show her that you can make space for yourself, even when the world tries to keep you in a box." I closed the journal and looked around the room. This was Catherine's secret place. Her rebellion. Her sanctuary. And now it was mine. Or at least it was in my house. I wondered what had happened to her. The elderly couple who'd sold me the house were named Robert and Margaret Thompson. No mention of anyone named Catherine. I did some research at the county records office. Found that the house had been built in 1962 by John and Martha Harrison. They'd lived there until 1982, then sold it to the Thompsons. Catherine Harrison would have been their daughter. I searched for her online and found an obituary from 2019. Catherine Harrison Wells died at age 66, survived by her husband and 3 children, successful career as a painter and art teacher in Chicago. She'd made it out. She'd lived the life she wanted, but she'd never come back to show her daughter the room. Or if she had, she'd kept it secret. The Thompsons had lived in the house for 40 years, and apparently never knew the room existed, which meant it was really hidden, really secret, only accessible if you knew where to look and had the right key. I started using the room. I'm a writer, freelance, working from home, and I set up the desk as my workspace. There was something magical about writing in a room that technically shouldn't exist. A room that had been one person's secret for 4 years and had sat empty for 50 more. I felt connected to Catherine, to her need for a private space, her desire to escape. I didn't tell anyone about the room at first. When friends visited, I showed them the 3 bedrooms on the floor plan and didn't mention the 4th. It was my secret now, just as it had been Catherine's. I liked having something that was entirely mine, that nobody else knew about. But strange things started happening. I'd hear footsteps in the room when I was downstairs. I'd go up to check and find everything exactly as I'd left it. I'd smell perfume sometimes, something floral and old-fashioned. I'd find the chair at the desk moved slightly, even though I was sure I'd left it pushed in. I didn't feel threatened by these occurrences. They felt more like reminders that the room had history, that it belonged to someone before it belonged to me. I started talking to Catherine when I was in the room, telling her about my day, about what I was writing, about my own frustrations with life. It felt less crazy than it sounds. The room had been built as a listening space, and it still served that function. One night I had a dream. Catherine was in the room, young, maybe 17, sitting at the desk writing in her journal. She looked up at me and smiled. She said, "Thank you for keeping it safe. Thank you for understanding what it was for." I asked her if she wanted me to find her family to tell them about the room. She shook her head. She said some secrets should stay secret. Some spaces should stay sacred. Use it well. I woke up in my regular bedroom but felt like the dream was more than just a dream. Like Catherine had visited somehow, given her blessing for me to occupy her space. I kept writing in the room. Finished a novel I'd been struggling with for 2 years. The words came easier there, flowed more naturally. I wrote about hidden spaces and secret lives, and people who carved out room for themselves in a world that tried to constrain them. The book sold to a publisher for more money than I'd ever made from my writing. I dedicated it to Catherine Harrison Wells, who showed me that spaces can be created where none existed before. After the book came out, I got a message through my website. It was from one of Catherine's daughters. She said her mother had mentioned in her final days that she'd left something important in her childhood home, something she wanted her children to know about. She'd been too weak to explain fully, but she'd said it was a room that shouldn't exist, a place she'd made for herself. The daughter had thought it was just delirium from the medication. But then she'd read my book dedication and looked up Catherine Harrison Wells and realized that was her mother. She asked if I knew what her mother had been talking about, if there really was a hidden room. I invited her to visit. Her name was Lisa, and she drove up from Boston with her sister Emma. I showed them the house, the 3 normal bedrooms, and then I took them to the basement and showed them the door. They looked at each other in amazement. I gave them the brass key and let them go up first. They spent an hour in the room, reading their mother's journal, crying, laughing, touching the furniture she'd touched. They told me stories about their mother, how she'd always been independent and creative, how she'd encouraged them to find their own paths. They said it made sense she'd had this secret place, this rebellion against her strict upbringing. Before they left, Lisa asked if I'd be willing to let them visit sometimes, to spend time in the room their mother had created. I said of course. The room was Catherine's before it was mine. Her family had a right to it. Over the next year, Lisa and Emma visited several times. They brought their own children, Catherine's grandchildren, and told them about the young woman who'd built a hidden room to protect her dreams. The kids loved the mystery of it, the secret door, the impossible space. I learned more about Catherine through these visits, learned that she'd been a fierce advocate for women's rights, that she'd taught art to underprivileged kids, that she'd lived fully and without apology. The room had been her first act of self-determination, and it had set the pattern for her whole life. Emma told me something interesting on her third visit. She said Catherine had tried to tell the Thompsons about the room when they bought the house in 1982. She'd called them and said there was something they should know, a special feature of the house. But they'd been dismissive, said they'd had the house inspected and knew everything about it. Catherine hadn't pushed it. She'd decided that if they didn't want to know, that was their choice. So the room had remained hidden for another 40 years, waiting for someone who would appreciate it. Waiting for me, apparently. I've lived in the house for 3 years now. The room is still my writing space, still my sanctuary. I've written 2 more books there, both successful. I think the room inspires me, or maybe Catherine's spirit inspires me, or maybe it's just that having a space that's entirely your own, that you had to discover rather than being given, makes everything you create there feel more authentic. I've also started a tradition. Once a year, on Catherine's birthday, I invite creative women to the house. Writers, artists, musicians, anyone who needs space to work on their craft. I show them the room and tell them Catherine's story. I let them spend a few hours there, working on their projects, soaking up the energy of a place that was built for exactly that purpose. Some of them report feeling inspired. Some say they felt a presence, a supportive energy. Some just enjoy the quiet and the history. But all of them leave understanding that spaces for women to be themselves, to create, to dream, are still necessary. That what Catherine did in 1967 is still relevant today. The room exists in my house between the spaces where it shouldn't be able to exist. It's there, on the floor plan of reality, but not on the floor plan of the house. It occupies impossible geography, defies rational explanation. But it's real. I sit in it every day. I write these words from Catherine's desk, looking out the window that shouldn't be there, grateful for the woman who created this space, and for the mystery that led me to discover it. Sometimes I think about other houses, about other hidden rooms that might exist in the gaps between what's supposed to be there. Rooms that were built as sanctuaries, as escapes, as rebellions against a world that demanded conformity. Rooms that wait patiently for the right person to find them. If you ever buy a house and something seems off about the dimensions, if there's space that doesn't quite add up, if you find a mysterious key in a drawer, I encourage you to investigate. You might find nothing. Or you might find a room that shouldn't exist. A space that was created by someone who needed it desperately. A sanctuary that's been waiting for you. Catherine's room found me when I needed it. I was lost, struggling with my writing, unsure of my path. The room gave me space to figure things out. It gave me connection to someone who'd faced similar struggles 70 years earlier. It gave me inspiration and peace and a sense of belonging. I don't know how long I'll live in this house. Maybe another year, maybe 20. But however long I'm here, I'll take care of the room. I'll keep Catherine's journal safe. I'll welcome her descendants when they want to visit. I'll share the space with other women who need it. And when I eventually sell the house and move on, I'll make sure the next owner knows about the room. I'll give them the brass key and tell them Catherine's story. and trust that they'll understand what a gift they're receiving. A room that shouldn't exist, but does. A space carved out of impossible geometry and determination. A sanctuary that has sheltered dreams for over 50 years, and will hopefully shelter them for 50 more. The extra room in my house taught me that reality is more flexible than we think. That spaces can be created where none existed. That if you need a room of your own badly enough, you can make one appear, even if it defies logic and floor plans, and everyone's expectations. Katherine Harrison knew this in 1967. I know it now. And hopefully, whoever comes after me will know it too. Some rooms exist because they're built. Some rooms exist because they're needed. And some rooms exist in the space between what is and what should be, waiting for someone brave enough to open the door.